Copilot, make a quiz for my astronomy notes.
You got it. What type of galaxy is Andromeda?
Spiral.
What does a spectrometer measure?
Light.
And when was your essay due?
Welcome, everyone. Hey, my name is June. I've been waiting for you.
This family, we love unconditionally.
That is beautiful.
Why didn't you tell me what was coming? I did my best.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's bring them home.
Hulu, the drama you want.
You are not too old to start YouTube.
Definitely a woman of a certain age. They may not want to hear what I've got to say.
What doubts did you have about starting YouTube at age 64?
Whereas there's things you have to offer, you ask yourself, well, is there anyone out there who really wants to hear it?
What are the ways you've earned money from your YouTube channel?
Sean, that one video made me $4,000.
What advice would you share with me as far as starting YouTube in my 60s and my 70s? Today, you're going to be discovering the process that a 73-year-old former nursing professor used to start and grow her YouTube channel and create multiple streams of income. Today, she has 88,000 subscribers, but she didn't start there. And so we're going to be learning the tips of how she went from zero to getting her channel monetized without any fancy tech skills, the strategy behind some of her successful videos, and why starting YouTube after 40 or 50 or 60 is actually your secret advantage. You're also going to be learning the exact mindset shifts needed to succeed on YouTube and the pitfalls that stop a lot of creators before they even start. Denise Jordan is a retired nursing instructor who built Homemaking with Denise, teaching traditional skills to today's modern families. With over 88,000 subscribers and millions of views, she's proof that it's never too late to succeed on YouTube. She started out with a little bit of this and a little bit of that, not knowing exactly what her channel was going to be about, but later discovered what truly resonated with her viewers, and that was homemaking content. And over the years, she has evolved her channel and found multiple different ways to monetize her content while she is inspiring a community of people and building her channel and her audience. So we're going to be diving into her step-by-step advice. Denise, welcome to the podcast.
Hi, Sean. Thank you so much for having me. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here.
So I'm excited to share your 4 quick tips in just a moment, but can you just give us an overview of when did you start and kind of the quick journey from zero to now 88,000 subscribers on your channel?
I believe I started my channel in 2017 or 2018, somewhere around in there. And at that particular time, I was joining a bunch of collaborations and building a community of acquaintances on YouTube. So I was doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and we were helping each other to grow. So that was one of the things that I quickly did to get started. And it turned out to be the right thing for me at that time.
So when you say you kind of started by, how'd you find people? You're doing collaborations, you were meeting people online?
I would find people online, or maybe someone would say, I'm going to host a collab on doing a tablescape. If you want to join, you can join here. So I found collaborations like that, and I would join them, and I would do all these different things, and my channel was absolutely crazy, but it helped me begin to build an audience, and it also helped me begin to build a skill set.
And where did you meet these individuals if people wanted to find communities like that?
I just met them online. You would see there was a collaboration. Sometimes on the community tabs, you would see them there. And as you got to know, when you would leave comments in different people's videos, they would say, going to host this collab, going to host that collab, and you're welcome to join. So you found information in comments as well.
So you were watching other creators, discovering channels, engaging in the comment section, and really being a part of the YouTube community itself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You've got to watch YouTube. You've got to watch other creators. And then the engaging was what helped me to build community and to learn what was working and what was not, and what was working for others. And I thought, if she's doing that and it's working, maybe I could try it.
And so today you're at 88,000 subscribers at 73 years old. And so you've been out at this for pretty consistently since 2018. So about 7 years.
Yes, very consistent. And when I say consistent, I would do at least a video a week. Sometimes I would do 2 videos a week. Sometimes I would participate in beta. Video every day in April, video every day in August. So it really helped me to build a community of, not a community, but a library of videos. And also it helped me practice the craft.
Where was this fire and energy coming from? That's a lot of energy. You're running circles around some of these Gen Z creators out here without any work ethic. Where did this, sometimes a video every day can sound intimidating. How'd you pull that off?
I don't know. When I look back on it, I don't know. But I think, though, when I started YouTube, I just wanted to have fun. And so this was fun for me to do that. And it just gave me something to do in my spare time. And I knew that I was going to be looking to retire soon. And I was thinking YouTube might be one of the things that I'll do in my retirement.
I love the vision. Okay, well, you have so many tips to share, and I have a lot of questions for you, but I do want to start off with kind of 4 immediate tips that someone that is maybe 60 plus, they could be any age, but they're thinking about starting a YouTube channel today, and they're 40, 50, 60 years old. You shared 4 tips before we pressed record. Number 1 is believe in yourself. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, I think you have to believe that you have something to offer and know that there are people out there that want to hear your voice, that need to hear your message, and prepare yourself to do that.
I love that tip. And there's also something about life experience for creators that are not 20-year-old life coaches. Expound on that a little bit about maybe the importance of getting into YouTube in, legacy generation or a little bit older.
Well, the thing about doing it as a legacy creator, as you suggest, is that been there, done that. So like I always say, I'm in the homemaking space, and I always say I'm not a 35-year-old blonde doing the mommy life. Been there, done that. Didn't have blonde hair, but I did have red hair at one time. So, but I've done all those things, and now there are so many young people out there, young homemakers, who maybe did not have the benefit of that mom or grandmother in the home, or they didn't stay home long enough to learn some of those lessons, or didn't care to learn those lessons while they were at home. Now they're in a different life situation, and they're ready to learn. So I'm the teacher that's presenting myself. They're ready, I'm the teacher.
So number 1, believe in yourself and be confident that what you have to share is important because you have life experience. Number 2, niche down. You want to narrow down your topic. Expand on why this is important.
Well, you narrow down your topic so that you can provide the information that people want to hear. And the only way to find out what your topic is, I think, is to try a few different things. But then as you look at your comments, you look at the questions that you get, then you begin to think, so this is what they want. And I remember when I was starting out and I was doing a lot of those crazy DIY projects, I didn't get any questions or comments, many about those. But when I would do videos on something related to homemaking, something related to laundry, something related to family, I got lots of questions about that. And I realized this is the content that people want from me. And then the other thing that I started to get was that I started getting people leaving comments, asking questions, asking, Miss Denise, can you explain this? Miss Denise, can you explain that? And I thought, when did I get that old? And then I realized, okay, I've crossed that threshold where now I'm considered an elder with wisdom, so to speak. And in the African American community, it's a certain status. And I thought, okay, so not only do they want to hear this message, they need to hear this message from me. So that's where I'm at.
I like this. So I kind of heard you say, start on YouTube, and it's okay to try some things, but then make sure you listen to comments, because maybe some things nobody really responds to, other videos really resonate, and you want to pay attention to that. Then also listen to the questions, and then also watch for patterns in the videos that do well, and then you're dialing in your channel over time. So how would you say, from starting in 2017, 2018, how long it took to maybe get a little bit clearer? Because you're giving us this great advice right now, saving us time and pain and getting us to the goal quicker for anybody listening to this. But you still went through a process yourself. That's maybe you don't know your niche from day one. So you're experimenting at first, but then you are willing to sort of maybe throw away the topics that don't work as well and then dial into the ones that do and sort of figure out your niche. How many years did that take?
That probably took me about maybe 3, maybe 4 years, because when I first got started, especially as I started to really figure out this YouTube thing, there were so many things that I wanted to do and so many things that I wanted to talk about. So I called my channel This and That with Denise Jordan, so I could talk about a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I realized, though, that the more things that I talked about, I won't say the fewer views that I got, but I was still getting comments about certain things. And I realized that what was sticking, what they wanted to hear about, was they wanted to hear about things related to the home. And those were things that I knew about because I made and kept a home for more than 50 years. So it was an expertise that I had to share.
This is a huge epiphany. And on the one hand, listeners might be like, whoa, that's a long time to commit to something. But I think it's also encouraging that if we don't find our voice, or we don't narrow our niche or really dial in our thing for 1, 2, 3, 4 years, that's okay. And that also just might be what it takes to reach success. It's part of the process. I mean, you have 88,000 subscribers. You've earned thousands of dollars from YouTube. And I'm excited later in the episode to even be talking about the different ways you've monetized and, the income you've created. But it speaks to also the work you've done. You put in hustle, diligence, persistence, and patience and in the early days that eventually kind of got you to a rebrand of your channel, changing it from This and That, which is sort of this general name, to the specialty of homemaking. And it makes me think of the quote, it's better to be a meaningful specific than a wandering generality. And there's a lot of people out there on YouTube that are wandering generalities. But when you kind of cut through the noise being a meaningful specific, even if it takes time to figure that out, there's something so powerful about that. Before we go to number 3, are there any other thoughts on this idea of niche down?
Well, the other thing, too, is that you have to run your own race. So when I was looking at other people doing other things, and I want to try some of that, and I want to try some of this, I realized that wasn't my race to run. And when I was niche down and doing the things that I enjoyed, but also people were asking for, my channel really began to improve.
I fall into the same trap of sometimes I'm a creative person, I have a lot of creative ideas, and I watch other channels, and then you maybe get inspired, and then you start doing, you want to do what somebody else is doing, or you're like, oh, I want to do that too, or you incorporate that, which if the inspiration is good and fits for you, then that's great. But also run your own race. Such a great piece of advice. Like, kind of know what your lane is and stay in your lane. Okay, so we've covered number 1, believe in yourself. Number 2, niche down and narrow down your channel, even if it takes time. Number 3, invest in yourself. Skills, how to present on camera. Expand on why this is important.
Well, especially if you're over 60, there may be some skill sets in regards to tech that you don't have, depending upon what your professional career area is. And so for myself, when I began to investigate video, we were starting to use video more at the university. Well, I didn't know how to create videos. So I would go over to what we called Studio M, which I realized probably stood for Studio Media, and learn how to create video there. And I would go every day. Sometimes I'd go, a couple times a day, depending upon what time I had available. And I was trying to create this small piece maybe for class. And then I would practice whatever I learned in the studio for class over the weekend and practice that for YouTube. So I invested in learning how to create video. And I will tell you, Sean, I think that sometimes when I would walk in the door, they would be like, oh God, she's back. It's like, because I didn't know, but I learned. And I learned on Adobe Premiere, which is probably one of the ones with the steepest learning curve, but that's the software that the university had. That's what they taught. So that's what I had to learn on. And it worked out well for me. I can create video, I can edit. So I invested in myself in that way. The other thing was I bought a course called VRA to help me also learn some of the ways to not only create videos, but kind of how to put things together. What are some of the things that I need to do other than just throw a video on the platform? So I invested in myself to learn how to do some of those things. So I would encourage someone that is just learning this skill set, because YouTube is no joke, to learn the process, learn the ins and outs, because YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, they're all different. And you have to learn what works for each platform.
Man, that's great advice. And it's inspiring because sometimes there's even stats that speak to once somebody leaves high school, they stop learning kind of. They stop reading, they stop learning, they stop expanding. But it's so inspiring to hear about how you've continued to invest in yourself and skills, and necessary with something like YouTube, which a couple resources for listeners. This is our Think Media podcast channel where we're recording this episode. But on our main channel, Think Media, we have all kinds of free videos that will help you learn video editing. Adobe Premiere, as Denise mentioned, is actually, that's a tough one to jump straight into. But also, it's a good one. You could, if you can get your hands on a Macintosh or something, you might use something like iMovie, which is included, or Final Cut 10. But we'll link up some resources in the show notes of this episode that you can study for getting cameras, editing, all of that stuff on the main channel. And then the course that Denise is referencing is our main program called Video Ranking Academy, which is just our comprehensive YouTube course. So if you're interested in that and you want to learn a little bit more, we'll link that up in the show notes as well. Or you can go to vrapodcast.com and you could check out more about that. So you talked about, number one, believe in yourself. Number two, niche down. Number three, invest in yourself. And then number four, be okay with criticism. Expand on this.
Well, you're going to definitely get criticism when you put yourself out there as a public platform, and everyone is not going to like what you do, especially when you're first getting started. And I think about that mac and cheese video that I did. That did very, very, very well. But I got some of the nastiest comments on that video. And one of them had to do with, oh, she didn't taste it, so it was probably runny. It probably didn't turn out well. Well, I didn't know that you were expected to taste it before you left the video. And I was actually having people coming over for dinner, so I didn't want a hole out the middle of it. Well, you better believe I don't make that mistake again. But it was kind of hurtful to hear some of those comments. So you have to grow kind of a thick skin. And I think the other thing in regards to criticism is that you just have to take it with a grain of salt. Like for some of it, it is well meant. They'll leave nice comment. And some people come on YouTube or other platforms, and because it's anonymous, they can leave negative comments. And so you just have to be prepared to deal with it and decide how you want to deal with that. I don't mind criticism, but if people are just being nasty, I just delete them because I don't want negative vibes on my channel. We can talk about something we disagree on, but if you're just trying to be a troll, I'm just going to delete it because I don't want to have to deal with that. There's enough other things we can talk about.
That's a great ethic. And I think a few things to unpack is there is the ability to filter comments. So you can, if you're starting to get certain words or things that people are talking about, in the back end of YouTube, you can identify some of those words so those comments actually get held sort of in this spam category. You also can select the level of filtering and how aggressive the filtering is. That will also move comments into that spam category as opposed to letting them be auto posted. You also can turn off comments altogether. Not something I recommend because I think YouTube is a community platform. But I also, before I go a little bit deeper into this, I want to ask you, what about the positive though? Because I think this is so true, and listeners should prepare to have thick skin. But also, what about the positive and the impact that you've made on YouTube and the feedback you've heard?
Well, one of the things that probably the most positive comment that I get is that I have taught them how to do something, how to improve something in their home, something that they didn't know how to do. And it really makes me feel good that I've made a positive impact on someone's life. They didn't know how to clean a particular area in their home. Now they do, or they just have more confidence to try things. I enjoy that. And so I think that's definitely something that's positive. And then the other thing is the comments that people leave inspire me. Like, okay, so then maybe I need to do another video on a similar topic, and I can talk about this, or I can talk about that. And then one of the other things that I do is answer specific questions, because people will leave questions and then I can answer those. I do a lot of those in my laundry lab shorts, where I will answer a question that someone asks. So that's a positive way, not only for me to grow my channel, increase my content, but also to be of service.
Yeah, I love that. And I think I would love listeners to just get a vision for this as well. While you certainly got some nasty comments even, 88,000 people have clicked the subscribe button, which speaks to people that, you know, are affectionate or fans or want to continue to hear from you. And you've gotten 7.2 million views over that. So if you're going to have that much reach, I know personally, I'm a small town kid. You know, I grew up in Arlington, Washington, an hour north of Seattle. I think the current population, I mean, in my mind, I think it's got to be bigger than this, but it's like less than 20,000 people is what it says online on like Wikipedia. And so I think this whole YouTube thing is fascinating. Just exposure to over 7 million people that have viewed your content. Of course, some of them are going to maybe not be the kindest, or have had a bad day, or sometimes I think when people, they'll say things on the internet they would never say to your face, but just because there's sort of a depersonalization. Well, I love your advice that we just need to be prepared for it. And, you know, for listeners that might think, well, oh man, I might get some negative feedback. Well, for sure you will, but also think about the positive impact. And I really percentagely, I can't think it's not that high. I mean, you've gotten 7 million views. You've impacted a lot of people, and a lot of people just don't say anything. They take the information, you never hear from them, but you're making an impact in their lives, even though they might not be saying it. Any final thoughts on this point?
Well, here's the other thing, too, especially for a couple of negative comments that I got. I would just say, you know, I appreciate your frame of reference. I'd be interested in looking at your video where you're showing me how to do this better. And don't hear anything else.
Calling them out, because typically the armchair quarterback that's got opinions on how the professional sports team is playing the game is not necessarily in the game themselves. Chances are they are not. And so that is I like that response. And so, okay. Well, these are great quick tips. I want to unpack your journey a little bit more. And I'm actually kind of curious, specifically your background as a nursing professor. You mentioned a little bit about getting into video even in your career there, but maybe your career in general. Like, what are some of the things that from your background in general that prepared you for the skill sets needed to create content?
One of the things that really helped me was I taught at the university level. So you had to, you know, you're doing adult education. It's not high school. You know, these are adults. Sometimes you wonder if they're still in high school, but these are adults. And then you learn how to present information in a logical manner. You know, there's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end, or you learn how to be succinct. But it just prepared me to be able to, not only that, but research, because you have to do research to prepare lectures and different things like that, or maybe you're working on different projects for your university or for class. So I learned how to research different things as well. So that was something that was helpful. And then, of course, learning to use video. And learning to use video was really important because you can talk about something, but when you can actually show it on video, it makes such a huge impact.
So expand on what you mean there. In your videos, it's you maybe in your kitchen presenting information. You've researched ahead of time, structured the information. You're delivering that content. But then when you say show it, it's not just you talking. What you'll do is you'll edit in clips that are demonstrating what you're talking about. Explain that process and how you do that.
So, for example, let's say we'll go back to the mac and cheese video. I'm making mac and cheese. So I'll maybe be throwing up whatever the ingredients are on the screen, but I will run around the kitchen and I will rearrange my camera and I will point it down so that as I'm pouring the macaroni into the pot, you see the boiling water. If I'm adding the milk and the eggs into the bowl, I've rearranged the camera now and I'm pouring it down so you can actually see that. Probably one of the ones that I really got a lot of thank yous for that was when I did one of my Thanksgiving marathon videos, and I rearranged the camera so many different times so that when I'm actually mixing up the dressing, you can see the down into the bowl and you can see the texture that I was trying to get. And then I was able to pour it into the bowl. And then I showed me pouring whatever broth or whatever on top. So I bring it in close enough that they can actually see what I'm doing. So rather than just saying, okay, so now what you're going to do is you're going to add this, you're going to add that while I'm talking about it. And it could be a voiceover, it might not. I'm actually showing them how to do it. My latest video was how to load a dishwasher. Something very simple, but a lot of people don't know how to do that. And so I rearranged the camera different times. You could actually see me putting the plates on the rack, how not to nest the spoons, so that they're like, oh, when they say, don't nest the spoons, that's what that means. Or in so many recipes, it'll say season to taste. And so what I will show is I'm sprinkling in the seasoning, then I will take a fork or a spoon and I'll taste it. And then I might add some more. Oh, that's what it means, season to taste. It means season to my taste. Simple things like that.
That's awesome. And so I want to encourage that you broke down, it speaks to you being a master of this. It's a skill you've developed, but everything is figure outable too. It could be overwhelming filming and thinking about all the clips. And then if you edit a video, I know I've been here lots of times. I forgot to shoot a few clips and I'm like, oh man. And those quote unquote micro failures are the stepping stones to success.
Yes.
You just learn in the process. And this is going to be a staggering number for listeners. But did you know that you've uploaded 1,284 videos?
No, I did not.
That is, that's been over about 7 years, but that's a ton of videos, which I think is an important number. It just speaks to, you could expound on this, but you love doing this. It's something you enjoy. You get to express your creativity. You're having fun. Doesn't probably mean it's not without stress or pressure, but you get to do something that's, really cool. What do you think about in terms of the process of putting in the reps, consistency, year over year, building up your skills, especially from the mindset of hearing a number like that? It's like, man, 1,000 videos. How could I compete with that? Well, we all got to start at zero. So speak to that process of how you got into this and kind of developed your content creation muscles.
And well, that's pretty much how I did that, was being consistent. Video every day in April, video every day in August, jumping in on various challenges. Maybe there was a challenge for Mother's Day and, honor your mother, and everybody's doing different videos about that. It gives you a way of just, okay, I've got to be creative. I got to make a video about this. What do I do? So you've got to create your concept. And then once you've got your concept developed, then you have to figure out how you're going to shoot it. And then you need to edit it. And how long or how short do you want it to be? And those are things you have to think about. And when you first get started, you might repeat that opening phrase, or you might do something in the video several times that you end up cutting out half the video. But again, it's just a repetition that helps you become more comfortable with it. And when you are learning something new, it's like you're back to square one on whatever that new thing is, but you're bringing those old things along with it.
Yeah, it seems like I did a little bit of math, and it's about 183 videos a year that you've posted. If we base it on 8 years, then you're almost posting like a video like every other day. And this would also speak, I wonder if that's also, do you do YouTube Shorts?
I do YouTube Shorts, and I do YouTube Shorts because they're fun, because they're short. And, I do a lot of them for my laundry lab. But I do YouTube Shorts. And I do YouTube Shorts because I want to attract more subscribers. It's a particular audience that I'm trying to get. So that younger demographics, those are the ones watching a lot of my shorts. Now, my regular subscribers will watch them as well, but I really attract a lot of the younger homemakers with those, my college students, my young men, my people who are just starting out and they need to know how to do something. Those are the ones watching my shorts.
So I'm actually learning right now, when you go to the About page on someone's channel, which I did for you, shorts are not included in that number, but live streams are included. And you've also done some live streams. What have you done there?
For live streams, I have a bi-weekly show that I do every other Wednesday, and it is called Homemaking with Purpose. And I just present different information, interviews, tips, and things like that related to homemaking. And as a matter of fact, me and another creator will collaborate. And one week we're on her channel, the other week we're on my channel. And it's just a lot of fun. Now, live streams do make money, but the real monetization comes from long form video because, shorts, they're fun, but you really don't make a lot of money with shorts. But what I do get with shorts is more subscribers, and also my know, like, and trust factor grows with shorts as well as with my live streams. Because on the live streams, if they have a question, they can ask. And either I can answer it right then and there, or I can't. So I do the live streams to build community, and they just get to know you better. And people will come every week just to listen to, whatever it is that you have to talk about that particular week. On the shorts, they come, if I'm talking about how to wash a baseball cap, I've done a couple of videos on that. I get a lot of, there's a lot of men that need to know how to wash their baseball caps, or their partners want to figure out how to wash their baseball caps. So I can give information very quickly in that manner.
Yes, so I'm super inspired. And actually, as I've done some math over here, I think you deserve the Think Media Award for consistency. Because if we actually base it since 2017, assuming you started in January, which maybe not even that early, but it roughly comes out until March 2025 when recording this, you've posted about 156 videos a year. That's 3 videos per week. This does not count shorts. It includes the live streams, though. And your bi-weekly show is certainly helped with that level of consistency. And this is actually ChatGPT talking. It says, which is very consistent and impressive over time. And so I have seen so many individuals that start, stop. And of course, I want listeners to hear, it's your race, your pace. You don't have to imitate what Denise is doing, what Think Media is doing, what anybody else is doing. You want to find out your own rhythm. But there is something to be said about the power of consistency and the compound effect of the lessons you learn, of the views you get, of the audience you build by doing this over time. 3 videos a week for 8 years. I want you to just really, I don't know if you've reflected on this much, but I just want to, acknowledge you and affirm it speaks to your character. It speaks to, I think, your vision, your resilience. And so it's just very impressive. And I think everybody listening to this could just be inspired to be like, I could be a little bit more consistent and disciplined, because it's a monumental feat that you've achieved. And the results that you've gotten were not by accident. They have happened because of your consistency.
I've seen comments like it would be so much easier if there was an app that I could just stream into my TV.
The mobile flat. That's the whole point of having this. It's supposed to be on the go. It's supposed to be able to download the videos to your phone.
The app pays for itself, essentially.
I thought these people that have been, with me really deserve an upgraded experience.
Now with Uscreen, I'm wanting to use the app more because of how good it looks and how easy it flows. Notifications happening on all the time because women are providing feedback, asking questions, engaging on the community. It's exciting every time I get to open up my app.
When we launched Edits Plus with our Uscreen, right away, it exceeded my expectations.
I really had no answers. The company wasn't growing. I was doing bad hires. But now that I've got Laundry Leadership, it's given me so much hope and it's changed the team. It's changed my life.
So, okay, we learned some lessons from what you learned as a nursing professor, how to present info, how to do research, learning how to use video, learning how you structure videos, edit clips in. And we've discovered that everything is figure outable. If we go back a little bit to, you're starting YouTube in your 60s. What doubts did you have about starting YouTube at age 64?
When I initially started YouTube, I started with a makeup channel. Makeup on Aisle 64 was my channel, and I was excited about learning to use makeup for women of my age. So I didn't have a lot of doubts about that, other than I had to learn about makeup because I didn't know a lot about all the different kinds. But when I pivoted to this and that with Denise, and I started doing a lot of other things, I realized I was moving into an area of some things that I didn't know very much about. So I began to think, am I too old to be doing this? Because then I had to really learn a lot of new skill sets. So when I was doing a lot of those DIY videos, I didn't know sickum about DIY because I didn't do any DIY. My husband, anything that required nails, paint, screws, my husband did all of that. I didn't do anything like that. But in the DIY videos, I had to do some of that. So I had doubts about my ability to be able to do that and make it look authentic on video. So there was that. And then as I began to talk about other things, I thought, well, gosh, I'm not a young woman anymore. I'm definitely a woman of a certain age. They may not want to hear what I've got to say. And so I had doubts about that. And I think those are the challenges, I think, as an older content creator, is because whereas there's things you have to offer, you ask yourself, well, is there anyone out there who really wants to hear it? So I had about that.
Yeah, those are really, am I too old? Can I learn these new skill sets? Will people want to hear what I have to say? Is there anyone out there that will listen? Mm-hmm. And I'm sure listeners can resonate with those, and it can feel impossible, yet now you have 88,000 subscribers on the other side of those doubts. How does that feel, the transition between starting with some of those doubts and where you are today?
It feels really, really good. Now, I've got 88,000 subscribers, but I'm working to get my silver play button. I want to get that 100,000 subscribers. However, I have to remind myself, you know what? The number of YouTube creators who get to 5,000 subscribers in a 5 or 10 year period, who get to 10,000, who even get to 50,000, the number of people that get to those milestones, it's not as great as one would think. And so I have to tell myself, you have really done something pretty darn good. And it's real easy to kind of negate things that you do it because you've done it. But it's like, okay, I did something pretty darn good. I have 88,000 subscribers. I'm doing all right.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a huge milestone to get 1,000 subscribers, to get 5,000 subscribers, to get 10,000, and then 100,000 when you get a silver play button is a wild feat. And I know we talked about this the other day in our coaching program that you're a part of, where it's like, absolutely, you're going to get there too. You're at 88,000, you're going to get to 100,000. And sometimes we look at how far we have to go, but we forget how far we've come.
Right.
88,000 subscribers is like just astronomical. It's just like crazy to imagine, the world we're living in. And just so inspiring to see what is possible with YouTube, which I do want to hear about monetization. Eventually, you reach a milestone. Today's requirements are you need 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 hours of watch time within the past 12 months. And it's like always a rolling, like that 4,000 hours of watch time has to all be contained within a year's time. And then you get a chance to apply for the YouTube Partner Program and YouTube starts paying you for views. Do you remember when you got monetized and what that moment was like?
I'm thinking I had been having my channel probably about 6 to 8 months. I think it's been a while, but I think it was about 6 to 8 months. But when I got that first YouTube check, it was like, wow. I was so excited that I was not only monetized, and then I actually got a YouTube payment deposited into my bank account. That was just really kind of cool because, again, so many people strive for that goal and don't reach it. So I was really excited that I had made that first milestone in that regard.
Did I hear you 6 to 8 months?
I think it was 6 to 8 months. It could have been a year, but I really don't remember. But it didn't take more than a year to get monetized. Because, like I said, I put up a lot of videos, especially in that first year. So I was building the watch time. So getting the 4,000 hours of watch time really wasn't that difficult.
Yeah, it's a great, your consistency certainly helped. A year is very impressive. 6 to 8 months is even more impressive, but it also speaks to how possible this is. And I also, for those that want to learn more about this monetization aspect, there's actually, in today's world, 2025 and beyond, there's at least 6 ways to monetize directly on YouTube and 14 plus ways to earn money with YouTube. And I just updated our free class if anybody's interested. That's at Think Masterclass. I'll link that up in the show notes. And it goes into a lot of things about how to get views, how to start, but specifically the monetization side. I am curious, when did that light bulb moment click for you that YouTube could be something you're actually successful at, or that actually also provides money in retirement or things like that?
Probably when I made my first $500 on YouTube. Because it was just like, oh, I made $500 this month. This is $500 extra dollars, not $500 that I had to roll into the budget, but $500 extra dollars. You can do quite a bit with $500 extra dollars that you don't have to budget somewhere else. So it was like, man, there could be something, magical here. You just have to keep pressing on with it. So I was really excited about that.
So paint a picture for me. One, your financial situation, because you're doing YouTube, you're not depending on it to pay your bills. You're starting it as a side thing. And so if somebody especially is thinking 60s, 70s, maybe they have pension, they maybe have some financial stability. They're looking for a creative outlet, but also maybe they might have financial stability, but not much extra. So what has been your experience in terms of how you looked at YouTube? How long did it take to get to a place where you're earning $500 extra dollars? What kind of money did you invest in cameras or editing, or also the expenses to kind of build a YouTube business? And what was your mindset going into this in terms of your family's financial situation and this being extra dollars and the kind of maybe lifestyle that this has helped expand your lifestyle or your ability to take care of other family members or however you guys, invest the money?
Well, like you said earlier, I don't use this money to run our house. We don't use it for that. So I just use it for extra stuff. So when I needed to buy a new camera, I bought the Canon M50, I think was the one you were talking about at the time. So I bought that. I burned through 2 of those. And then I ended up buying another Canon, something or another you guys had talked about. So I use it to buy equipment. And that's what's really helpful there when I, helps pay for my Adobe Premiere software, my vidIQ and different little things like that. So as I add new programs or different things like that, I find that the money is helpful for that.
Last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day. Businesses are wondering, what should we do?
I'm thinking company-wide power nap.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs for the next anything.
I take food out of my Bosch refrigerator. I feel it.
Every day, we help people just like you move better and feel stronger. Whether that's back pain, neck pain, headaches, or overall body stiffness, we get to the root of the cause so you can get back to doing what you love. When your body moves well, you feel great. Whether that's playing with your kids, exercising, or just getting through the day without discomfort. Take the first step to achieving your health and wellness. Visit our website at achievehw.com and schedule your appointment today.
Get $3,000 purchase cash on GMC EV models. We are professional grade.
When did you earn the extra $500? Do you remember like a roughly what time when that you're like, whoa, like this is some, extra, and you're saying it wasn't that was beyond the expenses. That was beyond covering the YouTube bills. As small as they may be, it's a YouTube business, your camera, software.
When did I earn that? Probably after my mac and cheese video hit.
Okay.
Because that video, I was like, whoa, what? And it kept growing and growing and growing. And it was close to Thanksgiving too. And so that's like my sweet spot, close to the Thanksgiving and then the Christmas holiday. And not only did I get $500 extra, then it was like $750, and then it was $1,000. And I'm like, whoa, it's pretty darn good. So those, that holiday time period is a great time for me because people are looking for my holiday meal videos in that regard.
Yeah, so this was November 19th, 2018. You uploaded a video, best macaroni and cheese recipe, Thanksgiving side dishes. That video went on to get 862,000 views, which to your point, if a video gets 1 million views with a $2 to $5 CPM, which is kind of low actually, but kind of average on YouTube, then that means 1 million views on YouTube will pay you anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000. And so that video earned you thousands of dollars probably because your CPM was, probably higher than that. And so that started 500 one month, 700 the next, like money's still coming in. And then like any other creator, we wish that every day we could post a video that gets 800,000 views. Yeah. But sometimes you get a breakout video and sometimes you're kind of back to just the consistency and the discipline. But then, the final question I kind of had about this area was maybe the mindset of you and your family in regards to what YouTube means to you. A chance to make extra money, a chance to express your creativity. What's kind of the mix of your motivation behind doing it? Do you feel like your time that you've invested in it has given you what you hoped?
Oh, definitely. One of the reasons why I do YouTube is because I have to have something to do. I can't just sit on the sofa and watch soap operas all day. I'm a person that likes to do things, and YouTube allows me that creativity. It allows me that output, and I can do it from home. Every day I can find something to do with YouTube. And if I choose not to do anything today, I cannot do anything. So it really helps with that. It gives me a purpose, is what I should say. And my purpose is to be of service to homemakers to help them learn how to make and keep a home. So YouTube allows me to do that. As far as my family, my husband is just glad I have something to do because then I'm not bugging him all the time.
Man, I love it. And it's so cool to hear about the results that have happened. Okay, so a couple things that I want to recap, and I also wrote down some steps. If anybody wants to start a channel, you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, I feel like step 0, because I wrote down a few steps, and you can correct me here, Denise, on what you've learned. Because step 1's find your niche, but I think we should go first to step 0. Sometimes experiment. Start before you're ready. Start. And you started with makeup, then you went to this and that with Denise Jordan, and then you went to homemaking. So it's okay to evolve. Don't overthink things at the start. That was definitely your journey, but eventually find your niche. And that was an earlier tip. You narrowed down from makeup, from just general things down to homemaking, and it really resonated and helped you grow. Then step 2 is create content that resonated. I want to go a little bit deeper into this. You've mentioned that certain videos have broke out, like your mac and cheese video, but even recently you did a $30 Snap Challenge video and it did incredibly well.
Yes.
What does Snap stand for? What was the topic of this video, and what did you learn in that video breaking out?
Sean, that one video made me $4,000. I could not believe it. I was like, what? And not only did it make me $4,000, it made it in like less than 2 months.
Wow.
My mac and cheese video grew. But here's the thing. SNAP, first of all, stands for Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or food stamps is the common name for it. And the premise for that video was I had been talking to a friend who said her food stamps got cut to $30. And I said, oh, okay, well, then you should do this and this and this and this. And she's like, well, it's not that easy. And I said to myself, I'm just going to see. Well, I did see. And what I realized is that she was right. It was not as easy as I thought. I was quite smug when I decided I was going to do this, but I had a completely different idea once I finished it. But what I learned from that video is that, first of all, it could be polarizing. It was not, but there were some of the negative comments that did pop up. And that's when I really had to employ blocked words. But what I realized is that there were a lot of people out there who used these kind of benefits who needed to learn how to eat or purchase groceries differently. So that was one of the biggest things that I learned. The other thing that I learned was that, and not that I was being judgmental, but sometimes we can be a little judgy inadvertently. And I realized that some of the things that I had been thinking about how to use benefits or that kind of thing weren't necessarily as easy as I thought. And that maybe the preconceived ideas that I might have had were not necessarily so. So I made that video, and then I decided, okay, let me try another $30 video, following up on that one, and it was close to Thanksgiving. And so I made another $30 challenge video, but buying Thanksgiving dinner. Now that was a real challenge to be able to buy Thanksgiving dinner for $30. But at this particular time, Kroger, Walmart, and Aldi, they were all kind of like battling each other about, the cheapest Thanksgiving dinner. And I was able to do this at Aldi, but when you get it that low, you're using a lot of processed foods. You're using boxed mac and cheese. You're using a boxed dressing and that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And I got a lot of negative comments about that. But financially, if that's where you are, that's where you are. So that was the other thing that I learned, is that there's a lot of people that are, low-income homemaking or low-income food budgets, that they buy a lot of boxed and processed foods because that's where they are. So one of the things that I learned that I could do is I can teach them how to begin to buy some things a little bit differently so that I can be of service to them in a different way.
And so essentially, I love that the idea, there's some juicy insights here. You listened and you heard a friend give you an idea of what, YouTube is being accessed by the world. And so if you create content that resonates, you can have a video that earns you $4,000 quick. And it's because you were listening. And then it was interesting, though, you had some preconceived notions, because sometimes we think, oh, okay, like the first idea is we're going to run out the video with a certain approach. But then you essentially became an experiment yourself. You challenged yourself to spend $30, and then you realized, oh, wait a minute, it is tough. Is that how that happened? And then it shifted what the final video became.
So I challenged myself to go to the grocery store with $30 to spend. Now, I didn't actually have a Snap card, but in my mind, I had these $30.
Yeah.
So I went on a grocery card app, figured out what I wanted to buy, and I had already had my plan, figured out what I could buy there at the store, and then I actually purchased the food. Well, not knowing much about SNAP benefits, one of the things that I bought was a rotisserie chicken. Well, I cannot tell you how many comments I got from people saying, you can't buy hot prepared foods on SNAP benefits. Didn't know that. But you can, if they like put that rotisserie chicken in the deli because it's a day or two old and they mark it down from $8 to $4.50. Well, then you can. But I bought the rotisserie chicken and I tried to figure out how am I going to make this $30 last for a month on breakfast, lunch, and dinner, where I realized real quick, there's not going to be any breakfasts. There may be some lunches and there'll be some dinners. Some of the food is going to be repeated, that kind of thing. And it's not going to be healthy and it's not going to be sustainable. Those were the lessons that I learned.
Okay, so I want to summarize some things because there were some juicy insights from the types of videos you created. And the big idea here is creating content that resonates. And so this happened because you were talking to a friend and you had an idea about a real pain point, a real challenge an individual was experiencing. Then you also had some preconceived ideas where they were saying, no, this is a big challenge. You're like, oh, it can't be that bad. But what you did was you put yourself into a challenge. You challenged yourself to go to the grocery store and try to see if you could spend $30 to create meals for a month. This is a great format for listeners. Anybody on your channel, what could you be the guinea pig of, the experiment of? Challenge yourself to do, give yourself some constraints, and then turn that into content. This video for you earned $4,000, and it speaks to the power of a great idea. And then also, I think, broad appeal, like video topics that could resonate. Budget-friendly content works in today's economy. There's going to be more people that maybe resonate with this particular title. So there's a lot of powerful insights that we could apply to the next video we post on our channel, or even creating better content as we start out. Well, we've covered a lot today. I do kind of want to land the plane, but some of these big sections, I think step 0 is start before you're ready. There's something about starting, you're experimenting at first. Then step 1 is finding your niche. It's nice to know your niche at the start, but it's not necessarily that clean. You might experiment almost before you started and invest in your learning. Like you said, if you're 60 plus, you're learning new skills. It's almost like giving yourself months or even a couple of years to study, to learn, to experiment, then to narrow down your channel topic. Then step 2, creating content that resonates. Then step 3, starting to build a community, which you have done. And then to start monetizing. I want to land the plane with this kind of idea of monetization strategies and then overcoming some mindsets that we haven't covered before. So I am curious, you've mentioned a few videos, mac and cheese video, the SNAP benefits video. They've earned you thousands of dollars. And so YouTube ad revenue itself, getting paid for views, is one of the ways you earn money. But if you were to think about the different income streams you've done over the years, what are the ways you've earned money from your YouTube channel?
Well, one of the other things that I did is I created an apron business called Apron Diva. And so that was something that came out of my YouTube channel because I would wear aprons on my videos and people would ask where I got them. So I thought, well, I might as well, let them get them from me. So I created Apron Diva, my own business. That was another income stream for me. The other thing is I've had some brand deals, and that's another income stream. And then affiliate links. I haven't done a lot with affiliate links, but because I would rather do the brand deal than the affiliate link, but I'm kind of rethinking some of that now. And now I'm working on creating I've created a course and I've done the beta run through, but I'm going to run through it again in September. So I'm going to roll it out again then in September. And then I'm working on a digital product that is almost done. And then I'm also going to have a challenge, a laundry challenge that I'm going to do after I get the digital product done. And these are things that I'm working on now. And I will say, even though you didn't ask this, I wish I had done these things sooner. And even though you talked about it and you said to do these things, and I listened to you say do it, I didn't hear you when you said it. Well, I hear you now, and I wish I had created my digital products so much sooner and created my course so much sooner. But one of the things that I did do that I learned I do not like was consulting. I did some one-to-one consulting, and I thought, okay, I don't like this because it really requires too much time, and it's very intense. So that one I did try, but I decided I didn't care for that particular stream. But the other ones, I just wish I had done sooner.
And I want to clarify some things. You mentioned 7 different ways of earning money, and we don't have time to go into all of these, but what is the difference between your course, or what is your course, your digital product, and then a paid challenge? What's your course?
My course is called Homemaking 201, Navigating Your Homemaking Journey.
Okay, and that's a digital course. People can watch the videos.
That's not a digital course. That's it's actually a live course. It's an 8-week course, and we get together for 8 sessions, once a week. We go on live on Zoom, and, I present a topic, and then there's Q&A after that. It's very intense. So when I did it the first time, I thought, okay, I'm going to wait a bit before I roll it out again, because I wanted to tweak it and try to get it to a point where I don't have to invest so much of my time in it. But
I gotcha. So, on Zoom, live, and then the digital product, what kind of digital product are you creating?
I'm working on a stain removal guide. It's like how to remove stains using products you probably already have at home. So not where you're getting the Tide bleach pen and that kind of thing, but how you can use vinegar or baking soda or things like that to remove stains, because these are things you probably already have.
So it's like a PDF download kind of?
Initially, it's going to be an ebook, but then once I get the second or third iteration, I plan to have a hard copy book actually printed so that I can actually have that, a nice little stack of them in my home to mail you when you order one.
Amazing. And then a paid challenge is a couple of day event that people can learn with you for like $27.
Yes, I'm really excited about that. It's called my In the Laundry Lab Challenge, and I'm going to kick it off with a free masterclass, and then there'll be 3 days of the paid challenge after that, just at a $27, a low income price, a low barrier for income. And yes, there is enough to talk about laundry for 3 days.
Yes, I love it. And this just speaks, number one, listeners, you might be thinking like, man, it's so overwhelming. It's like a lot of different things to do. But you've been building up these skill sets over the years. And it also speaks to like how many different opportunities there are. There's just a lot of different ways to make money through your YouTube channel. And, as a reminder, I mentioned earlier, there's about 6 ways to make money on YouTube. If you're live streaming, people can do such things as super chat, where it's kind of like giving you a tip while you're live.
Yeah.
Of course, YouTube ad revenue itself. But then there's ways to make money with YouTube. And so whether that's brand deals or creating your own business like a Brindiva, or creating a course or digital product or a paid challenge, you're using YouTube to bring awareness to these other products, services, individual items you could sell, events you could sell, and serve people at the same time. So it's really inspiring to hear your journey. I'm curious, have you been doing all of this by yourself for all these years?
Yeah, I do it all by myself. I don't have an editor. I do have my sister helps me as an admin from time to time. She'll help me with, like, if I need to change my YouTube banner or something like that, she'll help with those graphics. But for the most part, I do everything myself. So now when I did my course and I had to have graphics that I would have for the course ready for the students each week, she would put those kind of things together. But I got to create the content, lay it out, and then send it to her so she knows what I want. So pretty much I'm a one-woman shop.
So you would have a choice, of course, to determine how much or how little you want to work if you want to take a day off. But if you guessed how many hours a week you've put into this YouTube mission, really business, but the content as well as the things that orbit around it, especially for the description you just made. You launched aprondiva.com. It's very ambitious, more than some people. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that. You get to kind of choose your own adventure and choose your own path on YouTube. But for you, if you averaged it out, how many hours a week are you working on all of this stuff combined, if you just kind of approximated it?
I would guess maybe 30 hours a week, give or take. Sometimes more, depending upon what's happening.
And would you say that if you were to cut that in half, like if you're giving somebody advice and to say, well, you don't have to do 30, but you can't do 1, like you need to invest some time. What do you think the range is if somebody was saying, hey, I'm in my 60s, 70s, I want to start, how much time should I block to make significant progress at this?
I think you could probably block 10 to 15 hours a week initially, because you got to get the idea, script it, have it ready. And then once you have the idea, you have to actually film it. Now, talking head videos require so much research, but you're going to be able to sit there and then get them filmed. But if you're moving around, like I'm in the kitchen, if I'm moving around doing something or I'm cleaning something, those videos take more time than a talking head video. So it's difficult for me to batch shoot because I'm moving around. But if you plan I'd say 10 to 15 weeks to kind of get it all, 10 to 15 hours to try to get it done. And then you're going to need to do some editing somewhat, especially in the beginning. Now, there is this trend right now to do less editing. And, that's a whole other mindset. You can try to do that. But there will require something. So I would say 10 to 15 hours a week initially.
Okay, and then would you also include that time for study? Like, how much time have you in the past watched YouTube? We have an online course you've been a part of called Video Ranking Academy. How much did you watch that per week? Today, you're a part of Video Ranking Academy Elite, which is just more hands-on group coaching with a community of creators. So we'll jump on Zoom and different things like that. If you kind of average that out, how much time have you invested in your learning and education roughly per week?
Oh, wow. I'd say at least 5 hours a week, because if let's say I'm in VRA and I'm going through a module, I might complete that whole module in one sitting. And I might even do a couple of modules, just depends upon what my educational needs are at that particular time. But I would say no less than 5 hours a week when you're first learning. And it could be a little bit more, give or take. Just depends upon what your capacity is, because one of the things that as you do get older, you don't have the same capacity to shift, context switch. So sometimes you just have to focus more on one thing and get that thing accomplished or under your belt, and then move on to something else.
That's great advice, and a great advice mindset to have. It's like we're going back to school. It seems like to be the mindset you have. Like, I'm going to YouTube school, with Think Media, and I'm going to lock in. Has that sort of been your mindset?
Well, it has been. And my husband's like, how much more is there for you to learn? Because, I'll be sitting in here and he'll hear you talking. But yeah.
And have you found sometimes too, people might be like, well, how much more is there for you to learn? But then it also is maybe the power of repetition and the power of the environment. Because I know for me personally, sometimes I need to hear things 100 times. I mean, I think it was Jim Rohn or Zig Ziglar that said repetition is the father of learning and the mother of mastery. Mm-hmm. And you even mentioned, you're like, I wish I would have started sooner in some of these other ways of making money, because even YouTube's much bigger than YouTube. Eventually it's, well, how do you do a paid challenge? Or how do you create a digital product? Or how do you package what you know into a course? And then how do you market and sell that course? So there's also, the rabbit hole goes pretty deep. But for you, have you found that maybe also being a part of our community or even the repetition of information has helped keep you on track, keep you focused?
Oh, definitely. I think being a part of the community, people that are actually walking through the fire with you, they know what it is you're going through. So you can ask them a question and they can give you a reasonable answer based on information and not just based on their opinion. Also, when you're in a community of people, you see their successes, you see their challenges, and it's an inspiration to you to keep pressing on.
So strong. Okay, well, I have a final question for you, and then I do want to make sure we shout out all of your links and whatnot in the description for anyone that wants to study your channel, which I highly recommend because success leaves clues. So you can go look at some of the case studies that we've talked about today, some of the videos, watch some of Denise's videos. But I also do want to give you a heads up. If you want to learn more about any of the programs that Denise has been a part of, vrapodcast.com is the online course that we have available, and we'll link that in the show notes. And then if you also are interested, you can go to viralvideocoach.com. That is a page that allows you to apply and get in touch and even jump on the phone with somebody on our team. Denise is a part of what's called VRA Elite, which is a group coaching environment that's like, powerful to have a community around you. So rather than just going at kind of a self-paced online course, if you could see the power in essentially having a community, having some of our Think Media coaches in your corner, we only work with people that it's a good fit for. And so if you are interested in applying for that or learning more about that, you could go to viralvideocoach.com so you can move faster and worry less when you have a personal YouTube coach helping you along the way. And all of that will be in the show notes. Denise, I also want to ask, we've mentioned it, but I'm going to link it up in the show notes. If people want to follow you, check out what you're doing so they can study your channels, where can they find you?
They can find me on YouTube at Homemaking with Denise.
And what would you say, two last questions, what advice do you have for those that are maybe feeling frustrated or experiencing periods of slow growth if they've already started their YouTube channel?
You know, I'd have to say you just have to keep at it. Run your own race. Just keep at it and keep doing the things that you need to do to make progress. But it might also be necessary to go back and review what are some of the steps that you're supposed to do that maybe you've stopped doing. Like maybe you got too comfortable working and thinking, oh, I don't need to review these notes. And then you think, oh, I'm not doing this. Well, I'm not doing this. Well, I'm not doing that. So sometimes you might just need to retreat and then review and apply some of those early lessons that maybe you kind of dropped off.
That is so powerful. One of my favorite quotes is from the basketball player Michael Jordan, who said, master the fundamentals and everything else you do will rise. And a lot of times, I know even me, I can forget the fundamentals. I can be frustrated with my results, but it's like, are you doing the things you did at first? Are you really mastering the basics? We need those advanced tactics and those shiny objects, but sometimes getting back to those basics, that's so powerful. Final question. If someone, you're talking to a friend, you're talking to somebody that is asking you from the heart, hey, I'm over 60, but I'm on the fence about starting a YouTube channel. And I'm excited, but I also just listened to this conversation and I'm kind of overwhelmed because I just listened to your 8 years of experience and there's so many details. What advice would you share with me as far as starting YouTube in my 60s and my 70s?
Just start. I would say just start. Don't keep putting it off. Just start. And that shoot maybe 10 videos and upload them to your channel. And are they going to be great videos? No. But just go ahead and get them out there. Just start, because the longer you wait to start, the harder it gets. And you certainly don't get any younger by waiting.
Denise, so grateful for you. Thank you for all of the value you added today. Think Media Podcast, thanks for listening. And if you got value today, can you like, rate, share, or review? Just depends. If you're on YouTube, you can leave a comment. If you're on Spotify or Apple, maybe leave a review or click the 5 stars on Spotify if you got value. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and I can't wait to connect with you in a future episode of the Think Media Podcast.
How would you describe your communication style?
May I? Classic. Complex.
He struggles to.
I have the ball, so I do the talking.
This is what I'm working with.
Rendezvous, no. Revenue, that checks out.
Check this out. Canva, it's easy.
Wow, how'd you do that?
Welcome to the complete YouTube starter guide for business owners.
Your customer is on one side of this raging river, and you're on the other side with something they desperately need. In order to help them get from one side of the river to the other, it's your job to bring them over this bridge that you are building with your content.
This is a deep dive masterclass, and we're going to be talking about why YouTube is really the smartest platform for business growth, how to maximize your reach and create content, especially when you have limited time.
YouTube is a search engine. People just want their answers. If you have a business where you are the face of it, you already have the dynamics of a business that's set up to win in 2025. And now it's just leveraging these tools to let your audience in on who you are and how you can help them.
Now, our guest today is Alex Catoni from the Copy Posse. She's on a mission to de-douchify the internet and is really an expert in marketing, branding, as well as copywriting. So when it comes to having powerful scripts, powerful titles, she's helped over 500,000 copywriters and entrepreneurs from around the world ignite their businesses with her fun and empathetic approach to branding, marketing, and copywriting. And she has over 361,000 subscribers on YouTube. So this is kind of one of my dream guests because she's got her own products, her own services. She's running a team. She's scaling her business, but she understands the power and importance of YouTube. And so if you're a business owner that's ready to get more leads and customers, you're going to want to save this one, stick around until the end, maybe even take notes, because this is going to be a deep dive masterclass. Alex, welcome to the show.
I am so thrilled to be here. Thank you for having me.
So, big question, why should business owners invest into YouTube this year?
I mean, here's the thing. Now, more than ever, personal branding is becoming so important. I personally believe that customers are at an all-time high when it comes to mistrust and distrust, and they are looking for leaders to help guide the way, kind of like navigate this minefield of fake and AI generated content and mass production at this level that has become almost exhausting. I know I, for one, am feeling a bit exhausted by the amount of content being published online. And so many people are looking for those leaders, those voices that they can look up to and say, okay, here's the person that I can trust. Here's the person that I want to learn from. And YouTube to me is just such a predictable platform as a creator because at its bare bones, it is a search engine. So if you are genuinely solving people's problems, it's impossible not to win with YouTube as long as you're super clear on who you serve and how you can help them.
One of the biggest challenges is I think if someone's clicked on this video, they want to do YouTube. They want to get the benefit of building a community, generating more leads and customers. But like all entrepreneurs, there are so many competing things for their attention. You're trying to lead, you're trying to build out product, marketing, sales, and then you also have all these other social media platforms. So I guess why prioritize YouTube and how much time per month does it take to succeed? And then maybe briefly scales of team or support. Mm-hmm. And where did you start? If you're starting out, you have a smaller business, where can it scale to? If we focus on this idea of ROI, that's on business owners' minds, and how much time it takes.
Yeah. And that's a question I get a lot because I won't lie. When it comes to barriers to entry, creating a piece of long form content on YouTube, of course, those of you who are familiar with YouTube know there is YouTube Community, which sort of is like an Instagram type of feed. Then you have YouTube Shorts, which are the short videos. And then you have the main, YouTube content that goes on your channel. And this is what I call long form. And when I say long form, I'm not talking like an hour, like this, but long form content is great. To me, long form is anything that's like, let's say 5 minutes or more. My average video goes from 8 to 12 minutes. And I'll rewind a little bit and talk about how I started, because when I started my YouTube channel, I had a copywriting and marketing business. I was working behind the scenes with a lot of clients, writing copy full-time, planning marketing funnels. I had a small agency with a team of writers. And so I was busy. I mean, YouTube was like, almost felt like an impossible mission when I was just getting started. And I completely understand why people feel that way, because especially if you are used to being behind the scenes, like I was in my business, with zero brand, zero following, truly starting from scratch in 2019. All I had were some good stories from being in the industry for over 10 years and working with clients. And I had a very clear reason why and who I was serving as I started my channel. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But I started by creating one piece of video content a week. And what that looked like in the beginning was me sitting in front of my camera and kind of rambling. And I did that because I learned from another great YouTuber friend of mine who was like, yeah, just make sure that you have your talking points and just go with it. And I realized that was not working for me because my videos would end up being so long and I would have to cut out so much. And it was a lot of work for my video editor at the time, who happened to be my brother. And I'm sure he hated his life editing his sister's videos. But after about 4 to 6 videos, I started scripting out my videos word for word. And that's something to me is a process that you get faster at it with time. And it becomes something that you can then outsource and get support with from a team. And why I love YouTube specifically is it's not a personal branding platform in the way that Instagram is, where it really is about kind of showing up frequently and posting Instagram stories and letting people peek into your life. And, it's a little bit of a crapshoot, at least how I feel about Instagram. I know Instagram is an incredible tool, but when I look at YouTube, I'm like, I can see that people are searching these questions. I have an answer to it. I am going to write a script. I am going to batch write those scripts, come up with 4 scripts, sit down in front of my camera and my teleprompter, and I've gotten to the place now where I can record about one video in about 25 minutes, and those are 4 videos a month. That's 2 hours that I'm in front of my camera. And in the beginning, that was all I did in terms of content creation. So I would write the blog post, or write the script, I would record it, I would send it to my video editor who would clean it up, and then I would post it on YouTube. I would send out an email to my very tiny list, and I would post about it on Facebook and Instagram. And that was it. And that's all I could commit to back then, like 1 post a week. And that's still what I do on YouTube, but 1 post a week, even everywhere else on my social channels. And so I do think it is a scalable process and something that can be very rinse and repeat in your business.
And if you remember back to that time, what kind of views were your videos getting? And what would you say the ROI was? Was your email list growing? Were you able to attribute customers?
Yeah, good question. I had nothing to sell when I started my YouTube channel other than my high ticket services, right? So I will be the first to admit that I went in without a real strategy. All I knew was that I had this calling to talk more about the marketing industry and what I was seeing happening. And I wanted to support other copywriters like me who felt like this world was only for men, basically, in their basements and being like, what about me? I love to write. And so I was very connected to who I wanted to write for. But I broke all of the marketing rules because when I started creating my content, I had no email list. In fact, it was probably a couple of months in that I finally started to put a CTA in my description that was the very, very juicy CTA of join my email list. I didn't even have a lead magnet at the time, but I thought, I'm just going to put it here and hopefully people will join. And again, that's the other beautiful thing about YouTube is that once someone watches you on video, whether it's 1 video, 2 video, 3 videos, they feel like they know you. They feel like they can trust you more. They want to know more. And so they got on my email list, not in droves. By the time I did my very first program launch in January of 2020, I only had about 2,300 people on my list, but did almost 6 figures in that first launch. So the answer is my ROI for those first 10 months was, no, I'm going to say 8 months, because then I started monetizing on YouTube, which means YouTube starts paying you. And that would have probably had me break even, but I was spending about $500 a month on a video editor. And that was all I could really afford. I couldn't pay for anything else. I couldn't pay for ads. I couldn't do any of that. I was doing my videos on a crappy SLR camera. Now your iPhone would be like so much better than the camera I was using. And I paid my video editor to edit the videos, and that was it. So I started my channel in February of 2019. I hit 1,000 subscribers. I remember it so well because it was my birthday in August, and it was like the best birthday gift. I'd finally hit 1,000 subscribers. So to answer your question about what kind of views I was getting, I mean, the first video got like 200 views and I thought I had made it. And then I realized those were just all my friends and family members like giving me a vote of confidence. And then it felt like I was screaming into the void for a good 4 months. And then I just slowly started to pick up some traction and hit 1,000 subscribers in August, and then monetized in October of 2019. And by that point, my channel was really starting to pick up speed. By December, I had about 10,000 subscribers. And then in January, I did that first launch. So it started real slow in the beginning and was definitely an investment, both time and money, before I saw any returns.
Man, I love this mindset, though, to think about, okay, you're being consistent, 1 a week, you've got a plan, you've got a workflow. There's really a whole year up to a launch, 8 months to getting monetized. For others, it takes longer. It might also go faster, but it's not overnight. And you also aren't casual. I think one of the most missing pieces of a lot of people is they're like, it's a new year. I'm launching a YouTube channel. I'm launching a video podcast. And consistency means they post for 3 weeks and then they fall off and they get busy. There's just something so powerful that you really stuck to being consistent. and had even this mindset of at least like a year doing it. And it's so cool to hear that then that led up to a launch. And of course, as we dive into the 5 steps on how to turn any business into a YouTube success, if you had this information, you could go faster by being a part of this podcast and learning from our mistakes, and maybe from day one, starting with more strategy. So let's talk about it. You actually have 5 steps that business owners should know when it comes to starting a YouTube channel right. And the first step is select your niche. Can you break that down, what that means? Are you a business owner or serious content creator that is struggling to crack the YouTube code? Are you feeling stuck, overwhelmed, or just plain frustrated with slow growth? If so, then our new one-on-one coaching program at viralvideocoach.com is your premier ticket to YouTube success. Becoming the authority in your niche, attracting engaged leads and loyal customers. We offer one-to-one coaching with our YouTube experts that'll help you get results fast, and a supportive community that's cheering you on. So if you're ready to stop wasting time with trial and error and to stop leaving money on the table, then head to viralvideocoach.com to apply to see if you qualify for our coaching program. But heads up, this offer is not for everybody. It's only for serious content creators and entrepreneurs that are ready to take action. So if that's you, head to viralvideocoach.com to apply, or click the link in the show notes. All right, let's jump back into the episode.
I remember when I started my channel and I told someone that I was doing a channel on copywriting for copywriters. Now I speak to business owners as well. But in the beginning, I was like, I'm talking to myself 5 years ago. So many people told me, I won't say so many people, but a few people said to me, that's really niche. Like, don't you think you want to do just more general marketing? Because that's how I know you. Because people knew me as being a marketer first, which I was, but I also did copywriting for my clients. And I was like, yeah, maybe. Like, do I just talk about general marketing? And you know, I don't have to tell everyone listening to this that general marketing advice online is, you know, everyone's doing it, and it can be a lot harder to stand out. And so I knew exactly who I was speaking to. It was to the women. And of course, I have men in my posse as well. But I was speaking to women who had a passion for writing and had no freaking idea that they could turn that into an income stream, because they had never seen anybody do it except Carrie Bradshaw on Sex and the City. And how the heck does she do it, right? She's writing for this big like publication or whatever. And so I really kind of like sunk my teeth into that, where I knew I wanted, yes, my mission was to de-douchify the internet. I mean, at the time I didn't use those words, but it really was to sort of redefine an industry that had been so dominated by men, to kind of tell women like, hey, you have a place at the table here. You have wisdom to share, and businesses are out there looking for you. In fact, as a copywriter, as a woman copywriter, the number one thing I would hear from my clients was, do you know any other amazing women copywriters? Because I was fully booked. I had a wait list of months. Like, I couldn't take on any more work. And I thought, oh my God, this is crazy. I don't know that many other women copywriters. I think I knew like 2 or 3. And I knew so many, you know, men. And so I thought, man, there are so many women out there who need to learn this skill set. And I do believe that when, especially now, when people are looking for a leader, they're wanting someone who has the specific personalized advice that they want, because everyone is looking for a reason to count you out now more than ever, right? There's so much information online. Like, it's exhausting. And there's a lot of people who do what you do. And there's a lot of people competing for that same audience's attention. So the more niche you can go with exactly who you help and why, the more success you're going to have. And so a formula that I love to teach is very, very simple. I help X with Y. And if your I help X with Y is I help anyone learn basically everything when it comes to marketing, that's when you know you have a problem. And so some of the most successful channels that I've seen, and I won't use a marketing example, but I'll use other examples, are, you know, I help high anxiety women with, or I help high stress overachieving women with their anxiety through yoga practice, or I give prenatal and postnatal exercises to women with back pain. Like the more specific you can be, the more you will find like those dream clients who will not only subscribe to your channel, but they will like eat up everything you put out because they finally feel like they have a place where they belong in this craziness that is the internet. So I just think the more niche you can go in the beginning, the better. And then the beautiful thing about that is as your audience starts to grow, as your authority starts to grow, as your community evolves, naturally they will want to learn more from you. And so once you get to that kind of that critical mass, that's when you can start broadening a little bit to serve different segments of your audience. But the way to grow fast is to be super specific, even though we all know you know a lot of things. What's the tip of the spear that you can really use to start a channel and start strong?
One of my favorite quotes is you don't want to be a wandering generality. You want to be a meaningful specific. And yes. I love this idea of selecting your niche and picking out a topic that you're going to focus on. And it's scary because sometimes I feel like it's like, man, if I niche down, I'm not going to be able to reach people. But oftentimes the opposite is true. In a sea of sameness, you're trying to stand out, as Seth Godin says, and be a purple cow. Talk a little bit about channel identity and maybe even branding. Before we get into number 2, is there other aspects of not just knowing I help X with Y? I know who my target audience is. I know what problem I solve for them. And I've articulated that clearly and my content demonstrates that. But what are some other things as a branding expert that you think about can help stand out when there's just so many different entrepreneurs and content creators out there with YouTube channels?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's huge. When I started the Copy Posse, I was so excited by it because I had been in the industry for well over a decade writing copy behind the scenes. And it frustrated me to no end how much people were ignoring the importance of branding. I can't tell you how many broy masterminds I've gone to or been in or events where someone starts talking about branding on stage and everyone just sort of glosses over because for the longest time it was seen as this airy-fairy thing that didn't really impact ROI and it didn't really impact the bottom line because it was harder to measure. I remember even going back to social media when social media first started coming on the scene. I remember being in a mastermind and this wickedly smart woman was talking about social media and everyone was just berating her with questions like, what's your ROI on that? And what's your click-through and this and that? And gosh, it was just this newfangled thing that everybody was so skeptical of. And now more than ever, I think brand identity is a huge piece to the puzzle because I don't have to tell all of you listening that there are many people who teach what I teach to a very similar audience online. Definitely, I haven't invented copywriting. I haven't invented this idea of marketing. So I was so excited building the Copy Posse because I got to build a brand that felt fun and felt like how I wanted to show up. All the way down to my branding colors, to the lightning bolts and the tigers, to the backdrop behind me, which didn't start like this and started much simpler than this, to the way that I communicated my mission and why I do what I do. To me, that was really, really important. So when you are looking at other people who do similar things to you, really kind of asking yourself, how can I be different? And how can I call out what's not working? And, you've noticed me say things like bro marketing. And that's because my mission is big around calling out that old school mentality. And when I started doing that, there was a whole bunch of people who were like, finally, someone's talking about this marketing that doesn't feel good. And is there a better way? And so, getting clear on how you want to show up and how do you want your brand to be perceived? What language are you using? All of that is so, so important and helps create that sense of loyalty amongst your community because that's what you're doing when you're building a YouTube channel. I think a huge mistake that marketers make, and again, it just goes to show the mentality is, I have a lot of marketers who say to me, I've been thinking about starting a YouTube channel. And I'm like, that's awesome. You should definitely do that. I love YouTube, and they're like, yeah, I have all of this footage from these other programs and these other events and all this footage just laying around and I'm just going to upload it. And I'm like, whoa, like you're totally missing the point, because YouTube, I mean, they're calling it the next generation studios. Like YouTube is surpassing a lot of these crazy big studios that produce, television shows and things like that, where people are opting to sit in their living room and actually watch YouTube on their TV. And I can't remember the stats off the top of my head, but you could totally look this up. Sean, the billions of hours that a household spends on average watching YouTube on their televisions, which to me just points to people are really hungry for that sort of one-to-one conversation. And YouTube needs to be treated like that. It can't just be, I'm going to upload all this random content that I have laying around and expect that that's going to help you build authority and build a brand on YouTube.
Yeah, that stat is YouTube is more popular than Netflix, even with a larger share of TV viewership and household reach.
That's crazy, more than Netflix.
Yeah, it looks like 1 billion hours a day is total
that
viewing
sounds right.
on a TV that people are watching YouTube. So that's such powerful stuff. I am curious if you have any favorite books that might help people go deeper in marketing. There's a book called Primal Branding, and it talks about, it's particularly great for content creators. It talks about your story. Like, you when you're building a brand, how are you telling your story? What are your creeds, language? What are your icons, those images? What are the rituals of your community? Who are the pagans, AKA the haters? Who are your enemies?
Like that. I have to read that one.
What are your sacred words? And then also about the leader, which it might be, sometimes Russell Brunson talks about that attractive character, kind of that .com secrets conversation. Is there any particular, do you feel like there's, maybe you need to write a book, but do you feel like there's any particular good books or resources when it comes to those that want to go deeper in brand?
Yeah. So I will shout out my friend Deb Gabor, who wrote the book, Branding is Sex. I mean, even the title, she knows what she's doing. And she has a follow-up book that I believe is called Irrational Loyalty, I believe is the title. I really love everything that she talks about when it comes to brand. And I love how she uses kind of big brands as an example, as someone who runs an agency and has worked with a lot of big brands. Because to me, I'm so fascinated by those conversations that happen in those boardrooms when it comes to building a persona. And then Dane Walker recently came out with a book called 90-Day Brand Plan, which after a conversation I had with him, he really inspired me to just lean even harder into personal branding in 2025, because I'll be the first to admit that I almost had a stronger personal brand when I was just getting started. And it was because it was just me and I was so in it and I was obsessed with the metrics and I was looking at everything. And I was my husband literally told me one day, you have to stop talking about your YouTube channel. And I was so obsessed with it. And I really put my heart and soul into it. And then I built a business and a team and process and operations. And now my commitment for this year is to get back into really having the time and space to bring more joy and fun and playfulness back into my branding and content. I think that that's a great book to read. And he talks about personal brand across all different social platforms. But I think if you have a business where you are the face of it, or you're a solopreneur, or you're a service provider, or you're doing anything where there's that level of high touch, I mean, you already have the dynamics of a business that's set up to win in 2025. And now it's just leveraging these tools to let your audience, in on who you are and how you can help them.
Well, we got to get into tip number 2, but I want to encourage listeners to check out the show notes, and we'll make sure all those great books are linked up. Also, subscribe, because Dane Walker is actually coming on the Think Media podcast in the future. His book, 90-Day Brand Plan, as well as some of those other resources. And so for 5 tips of how to turn any business into a YouTube success, number 1, dial in your niche, dial in your brand. Number 2, determine your target audience. Explain what this is.
Yeah, and I kind of let that one out of the bag a little early with tip number 1. It really is sort of the 1-2 punch with selecting your niche, because, the first step is figuring out what are you genuinely a subject matter expert in, or something that you enjoy speaking about ad nauseum, right? Like I always say, you know, when it comes to selecting your niche, what's something that you would talk about if you weren't getting paid to talk about it for a year? Because that's exactly what starting a YouTube channel looks like, at least let's say on average. But knowing your niche is sort of step one. Step two is defining your target audience. And what I mean by that is just knowing so clearly who you are for. I think that because I so squarely targeted aspiring freelance copywriters, those people who were in a dreaded 9-to-5, who wanted to create more freedom in their lives, I was able to really lean into that because of the life that I had lived before starting my YouTube channel, traveling the world, doing exactly what they wanted to do. And I'll be honest, when I first started my channel, I thought I was going to be speaking to business owners who would then hire me for my services. So I floundered a little bit in the very, very early days because I had no monetization plan in mind. Remember, I was going in with no products or services, no products, just my copywriting services, versus maybe you're listening to this and you already have a product. You already know who your dream client is, your dream customer is, and you know exactly what the monetization path is. For me, I was like, I don't know. The only way I know how to make money is to sell my copywriting services. So I'm going to do videos that speak to business owners and then they're going to hire me. And then I realized it was probably by, I think, the fourth video, maybe the fifth video, that I'm like, the only comments that I'm getting on my videos, and there weren't many, were like, okay, cool, but like, how did you do what you do? And I realized like, oh, wait, people want to know how I started my freelance copywriting business. Interesting. Maybe my dream clients aren't hanging out on YouTube. And so that's when I really pivoted. And that's, I think, when the momentum really took off. So if I were to go back and redo it, I probably just right from the get-go would have had that clear path in mind and known this is who I'm serving. And maybe I would have seen faster results that way.
I also have some powerful points that listeners can apply from your notes. And not only do you want to know who you're talking to, determine your target audience, but you also say, you really want to start to understand their needs. What are their biggest needs? What are their biggest pain points? And also, what are their aspirations? Here at the Think Media podcast, we say the creator who understands the viewer best wins. And sometimes this information might be top of mind for us, but I've personally learned, even the longer I do this, that there's still deeper levels to go to have greater empathy, understanding the language people use, understand what keeps them up at night. So if someone's putting together their simple YouTube plan for this year, they're dialing in their niche, they're dialing in their target audience, what's the power of knowing people's problems and ambitions with a fierce level of clarity?
It's everything. And I don't mean just like going to ChatGPT and asking ChatGPT what, the 10 biggest challenges your target audience is experiencing. Well, there might be some great ideas in there that you can expand on. The question I really love to ask is it's kind of like you're digging, like you're a archaeologist and you're excavating what people truly care about. And if I were to ask, I'll use an example of someone from my community. If I were to ask someone from my community, like, what do you want? They would say, I want freedom. And you're like, great. Don't we all, right? Like freedom. Like, yes, we all want time, freedom, money. That's a given. We all want time, freedom, and money. Like, tell me one person who doesn't want one of those three things. And so what you'll get is a lot of that surface level stuff. And then if you ask the follow-up question, why is freedom important to you? All of a sudden it's like, oh, well, I just recently had a child and I am coming to the end of my mat leave. And the idea of leaving my newborn at home or at daycare literally feels like death to me. And I want nothing more than to be able to work from home and have the freedom to control my schedule so that I can see my baby grow up. And I just got goosebumps when I said that because all of a sudden it's like, holy shoot. I swear a lot. So I'm like trying to tone it down a little bit. Like, holy cow. Oh my gosh, that is what they want. Or I asked another student, like, you want more freedom? Why? I want to be able to start a business to show my parents that I actually can do this and they don't need to take care of me anymore and that I don't need their help anymore. And I'm like, oh, wow, yeah, totally. Like you want to prove your parents like right and wrong at the same time, like I told you I got this. And so it's really how you get to those deeper level questions. And I think we all, can talk to aspirations, but the second you get to that next level down, you can start using more anecdotal stories in your content. People listening to that go, oh my gosh, yes, that is what I want. And it just allows you to connect on a deeper level that so much content just doesn't do now.
Genius question to take it deeper, which brings us to number 3, which is create your content pillars. So what should listeners do on this step?
Great question. So I don't know about you, but like when I start thinking about content creation, I didn't know what I know. And someone said to me, you have to start creating content. Oh, and you have to start creating content on like YouTube. You have to start creating content on Instagram. You have to I would be like, where do I start? So something that I teach is this idea of content pillars. And it's almost like you're building a bridge, right? Like your customer is on one side of this raging river and you're on the other side with something they desperately need, right? And in order to help them get from one side of the river to the other, it's your job to bring them over this bridge that you are building with your content. Now, this river is like raging with self-doubt and objections and insecurities about all the different, things that they could be learning and doing differently. And why are you the right person for them, et cetera, et cetera. So I see these content pillars as being the foundation of a bridge that you're building with your audience in order to build trust. They also give you really clear kind of parameters around what you should be talking about and what will ultimately serve your audience. Now, I have screwed this up a few times because like so many entrepreneurs, I get shiny object syndrome, or someone leaves a comment on a video about something unrelated. And I'm like, yeah, we should do a video on that. And I do a video. And then afterwards, I'm like, that felt so out of left field. Like, why did I even talk about that? And while I do think there's a place for coloring outside the lines, people follow you and subscribe to your channel because they want more of the same. They want to know that you're the trusted source for whatever it is that they came for. And so coming up with your content pillars is really just 5 buckets or topics that your audience will need support with. And that could look like, in my case, it's copywriting, marketing, branding. I also do interviews with entrepreneurs to hear more about their businesses and their tips. I talk about mindset. And so if something falls out of those 5 categories, I have to seriously audit it and go, is this a little bit out of left field? And every time I've ignored that, views are lower. Or the other end happens where I do a video that gets more views than I want, but with the wrong people. And then you're like, great, I didn't want to get a whole bunch of new subscribers who actually aren't my ideal subscriber anyway.
That's a powerful insight to also consider, not just for structure, not just for building up, being the authority in a specific thing, but YouTube can be dangerous because you might feel inspired to talk about something random, or you might tap into posting YouTube shorts or something, which could be the Wild West of kind of going viral for abstract or different types of things. And it can bring some dopamine rush of vanity metrics. Whoa, look at these views and subscribers this got. But did you get the right subscribers? That's a super interesting question when everyone's chasing growth. How do you try to measure that?
Yeah, I'll be honest. This didn't happen to me on YouTube, but it happened to me on Instagram, where I had a reel go viral that even when I was making the reel, I remember thinking I hired a content team to help me, which didn't last very long, because I was like, I really just want someone to really help me dial in my short form strategy on Instagram. And I did a video, and the whole time I was like, I don't love that video. And what do you know? It went freaking viral. My, followers went up. And if I could just reverse that and literally remove all those new followers, I would have, because the quality of my engagement went down. The quality of the conversations I've been having in my DMs went down. And so, this happens across the board. To your point, I know the vanity metrics are exciting, but you want to be careful not just to chase those numbers, because you're going to end up building a channel that you don't even recognize, or a channel that ultimately isn't serving your audience and isn't converting to anything more than maybe some AdSense dollars, but not true, clients or customers who are going to get on your email list and purchase anything from you. And then, how I track it, I don't know. I literally, I try to just recreate content that I know my audience wants. And when something goes, viral with an audience that, like it happened on Instagram, it was kind of this wake-up call for me where I'm like, hey, I don't want to color outside the lines like that anymore.
Man, that's a great tip. Okay, so number 4 is research the competition. So if we've defined and selected our niche, determine our target audience, created our content pillars, now we're going to research the competition. What would be kind of a process for this, and what would we be looking for? Maybe how much? Paint a picture for me, Alex. I set aside some time as a business owner. I've been hustling all week, so I'm going to take a couple hours on Saturday morning. Could I do this in a few hours? And what would I be doing during this research session? Every day you want to start your YouTube channel is another day of missed opportunities and untapped potential. Here's the truth. YouTube reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than all the cable networks combined. The opportunity is massive, and the Think Media team and I want to help you seize it. I'm excited to announce our YouTube 1K Challenge, a free 5-day event that will give you the exact blueprint to start and grow your YouTube channel in 2025. Whether you're an entrepreneur, business owner, or somebody ready to grow their personal brand, this challenge is your roadmap to success. To register, just go to tube1kchallenge.com. We're going to be doing one training session a day for 5 days, and you're going to learn how to get your first 1,000 subscribers and start earning real income. Insider strategies that make viewers want to click on your videos and keep watching. Multiple different ways to earn money from your YouTube channel, even if you have a small audience, and how to build an authentic personal brand that truly connects with people. But it gets even better. We are giving away prizes every single day of the challenge. You could win professional microphones, lighting kits, and premium content creation software. And during this challenge, you're getting access to the exact training that we offer in our $4,000 coaching program, but you're getting it completely for free, and you can start with just your smartphone. So if you're ready to turn 2025 into your YouTube breakthrough year, go to tube1kchallenge.com to register. That's tube1kchallenge.com, or click the link in the show notes or YouTube description to register for our upcoming challenge.
I think I share this tip with a grain of salt for a couple different reasons. One, the comparison game can be deadly. And if you are using research and researching the competition in comparison as a way to not get started because you're actually thinking, oh my God, I can't do better than this person, or why should I even bother getting started because so-and-so is already doing it. And I hear that all the time. I want to make sure I share that researching the competition, it's a slippery slope, and it's once you start researching, all you then see is more content that's just like the area where you want to create content. And if you don't have kind of like ironclad, I'm not going to let this derail me or frustrate me or think, what's the point? Researching the competition is incredibly powerful. And that's really as a way to spot gaps, to see what's working, to read the comment section and to see where people are asking questions where maybe something was left out. It's honestly, to me, just so helpful, because if you are trying to create a YouTube channel in a certain niche, serving a certain audience, and there's other people doing it, because surely there is, name me a niche and an audience that doesn't exist yet right now. And there will be other people who do what you do. And so going and literally reading the words of your ideal customers in their comment section can be a really great way to kind of see what they're asking for, what's missing. I also like to see just what kind of videos are popping on a certain topic. So you can go to a YouTube channel that does similar types of content to what you want to do, filter the video based on most popular and most views, and you can kind of get an idea of the type of content that people are searching for on YouTube. Now, of course, another big caveat to that is I'm not saying copy. I'm not saying go to another channel and just remake the same video with the same title and the same thumbnail and go, okay, great, that's working. Look at it, analyze it, and think, wow, that's super insightful, but I actually have some wisdom to share based on this topic. And so I think I can create a video that although it addresses a similar issue, I'm bringing my, of course, own ideas, stories, case studies, whatever, to the table. And so it's just a great way to be able to pick up on the trends that are happening in your niche and know what's working. There's a tool that I've used called oneof10.com. I don't know why it's called that, but it is paid. However, you can type in any keyword and it'll actually pull up all of the trending videos that use that keyword. And so it can be another really great way to, rather than thinking, well, who are the people in my niche? I don't even know. Go and use a tool like that, which will pull up, the videos and actually give you the growth factor of how viral that video is going. It'll say like 10x or 36x. And it's a good way to just kind of go, oh, interesting. And I'm not going to lie, a lot of them I see and I'm like, no, I'm not doing the video on that. Like that is so out of my 5 content pillars, or it is so off brand for me, or they're using fear mongering and hype. And like, that's just not my style. So like, of course, like this is where you get to, as the business owner, decide what feels aligned with you.
And those are some great tips. And if you can go in with the right mindset and not let it derail you, but just learn the lessons, there's so much there. Yeah. 1of10 is a very cool software. We've worked with them a little bit. It stands for the goal being YouTube's analytics tell you your last video is 1 out of 10. And you're always trying to beat your previous best in the analytics. So that's why it's called that.
There you go.
For business owners, there's another, we love vidIQ, and we'll link up some of these resources. But I actually wanted to share a free tool that I think is one of the coolest public tools. And awesome. I'm curious, if you're on the audio podcast, you won't hear this, but I'm curious if you resonate with any of these channels. So if you use ViewStats, and ViewStats is created by Mr. Beast and his team, you could go to the public free website, look up someone's channel like Alex Catoni, and then click on similar channels. And then what it does is it links to now what I'm curious is, I know Marley Jax as well, for example, she's on there with you. She's much more video marketing, but she's associated with you at some level. Tanya Eliza is another friend of mine as well. She's kind of done network marketing in the past and expanded out of that as well. Do any of these channels resonate with you, or you're like, I don't recognize any of those channels?
What's funny is I do know Miles, but none of the other names ring a bell. So like, I'm going to go down the rabbit hole after this and check.
So you might do this for yourself, depending on, you actually need a channel large enough to see the data. But I think the other thing we're looking at here would be, if you find someone like, you're like, what, I do copywriting as well. I clicked on this video because I love Alex. And like, is it too crowded? Well, you start with somebody like an Alex Catoni, and then check out these other channels and then do it again. And of course, I think about adjacencies, because it wouldn't necessarily just be only copywriting, but you might look at other business owners, maybe broader entrepreneurs. And then maybe even you look at Think Media. Like we talk about cameras where lots of entrepreneurs watch this, but we're talking about YouTube tips. So the bottom line is the rabbit hole. And if you were, though, to encourage the business owner that wants to move fast and not get stuck, how long they should do this with enough information to get started, give me a start-stop time that I can put on my Google Calendar for my research section, get some ideas, get some tips, and then press record so I don't get stuck doing this too long.
Exactly. Honestly, I think in half a day, you could have more than enough information to at least map out a good 3 to 4 months of content. Like it's so easy to get into that place of I need to gather more information before I take action. So like give yourself, like go to a coffee shop, get a coffee, go down the rabbit hole, give yourself a cutoff time, and then map out your first 10 videos, which is the fifth tip.
Yes, I love that. So we're going to get to the first 10 videos. I do want to recommend, check out the show notes, use that free tool in ViewStats. If I had to choose personally from a YouTube expertise standpoint, and I was going to invest my money as a business owner, I would grab vidIQ. I believe their boost plan at $20. It also has the same outlier features that 1of10 has. 1of10's also, I actually pay for all the tools personally because it's my job, I suppose. It's what I focus on. But if you had to pick one, I'd pick vidIQ. But the fact you can use that ViewStats tool for free, again, this would be a super packed show notes episode. All right, so let's get into number 5, which is map out your first 10 videos. And in just a moment, I also do want to talk to you just a little bit about how you script your videos. And then the number one thing every business owner needs to be doing on YouTube as we land the plane in a second. But step number 5 is map out your first 10 videos. How would you do this? Explain this process.
So everything I do, and I know you do this too, because we talked about this before we pushed record, is hook first. Hook first, hook first. The only way I can kind of explain the importance of thinking of a hook and a title first is how many times, or if this has ever happened to you, let's say you do a podcast episode or you write something and then you're like, okay, I'm going to go promote this. And you're like, oh, there's nothing that I wrote or said in this podcast that is a really juicy hook. So thinking about the hook first and then creating the content to satisfy the hook. And so what my process looks like is I do this research, I go down the rabbit hole, I come up with like my 5 content buckets. Let's say for my first 10 videos, I'm going to do a video in each one of those buckets. Okay, great. Again, I do a little bit of keyword research. And here is the thing I highly recommend in the beginning. Like SEO is important when you're just getting started on YouTube, even though it is so boring, because I think as a copywriter, I'm always wanting to get really fancy with titles and like open a loop and have a cliffhanger and all that. But to get traction early on in YouTube, before YouTube knows who are you and who do you help and who should I serve your content to, they're really looking to see what keywords you're using and what you're talking about in your videos. And so that's where a tool like vidIQ is so helpful. Is you're like, okay, let's say I want to do a topic or a video on mindset. And you might go type mindset into vidIQ and then it'll suggest other content. It'll suggest certain titles, which will then trigger this thought like, oh, I could totally talk about that. And it reminds you of something. And so coming up with the hooks first for those first 10 videos. Once I come up with the hook, I sit down and I write the thumbnail text right away. Like I almost want to see the video before I've even recorded it. It's so important to have a little bit of that like future thinking, that future pacing of how do I want this video to look? How do I want it to feel? In the thumbnail, do I want to be holding anything? Do I want to be pointing to something? If so, what is it? And then I need to incorporate that into my video. So it's all created with both the written hook and the visual hook in mind first. Then I go out to scripting my video word for word. And then I go in and I add comments for visuals that I want to have pop up during the video. So if I am referencing something or talking about a student or doing something, I make sure I put in all of those cues. Because if you are able to do all of that before you actually go to record, you're able to talk about like, oh, and this is, and say this is, and you know that you're going to have something pop up on the screen when you say that. So it just creates a better experience for the viewer. And then I do that. I map out my 10 videos. I batch create 2 to 4. I used to be way better at doing 4 all the time. Now it's like whenever I can get one done, and then I record.
And you are scripting and reading from a teleprompter.
Always quick and always delicious. Main Street Bistro side dishes pair with every side of dinner.
Asana, it's easy to monitor projects across teams and track status and progress at a glance, so you and your team can make smart decisions faster. Try it for free at asana.com.
Cannot win. Andor is ambitious, spectacular, emotionally crushing, and very timely. That not only cements this show as the best Star Wars story, but one of the best TV shows of the decade.
Welcome to the rebellion.
Andor, the final season, now streaming only on Disney+.
And you are scripting and reading from a teleprompter.
Yeah, always.
You recommend that?
I mean, like I said, I do because I tend to ramble. And so while I do think it sacrifices a little bit of my personality, I'm going back to that notion that YouTube is a search engine. People just want their answers. So I try to keep my content concise and very, very scripted in that way.
Do you happen to know what gear you're using? If someone's thinking about like, how do I set a teleprompter up? Did you buy a nice one? Do you use like one of those little phone screw-on ones?
Yeah, so the one I have is called the Parrot, like the bird, Parrot teleprompter. It basically, well, I can take it off. I mean, for those watching on video, because I'm not using a teleprompter right now, I can show you. It just looks like that. So it slides right on to the front of my camera. Then there's a little like drawer here. I have an extra iPhone that I just keep in my office that basically I only use as a teleprompter, and it slides right in. And that's it. I have a little remote. And practice makes perfect. I think in the beginning I felt like Ron Burgundy, and now I'm a little better at it.
And I have that same teleprompter. For me, if I shoot ads, sometimes sales videos, VSLs, and everything's written out, I just screw it onto my camera, just as you said. And so that's another thing that we will make sure is in the show notes. It takes a little, I think there's some extemporaneous opportunities as well where you could communicate without a teleprompter. Depends on your own style, your own time. I think it's its own skill set to learn how to do it naturally. And that's certainly how you come across in your videos. But when we think about adding value to the viewer, it's like being long-winded, is because you didn't prepare, but then they have to sit through it. Whereas the reverse is being crafted and specific. I mean, you have over 300,000 subscribers, so success leaves clues that you crafting your content, going through this process, you've got a multi-million-dollar business. You're listening to this. What are you hoping to achieve? Do you want a multi-million-dollar business? There's something about mastery. So anyways, if that's a really cool way to do it. The Parrot teleprompter, I should get a separate phone because I use my phone and then calls come in. I'm like super frustrated. I should have turned it on to airplane mode. And I just download like this Prompter Plus app, whichever one I could find. And so title and hook, a little bit of keyword research, script it out. You might have 10 weeks planned, but when you sit down and film, you're shooting 2 to 4 in a batch. And I would encourage, of course, there's different formats. You don't have to do Alex's style. You might do an interview like this. And if you prepare, of course, this is not a teleprompter, but there was a lot of prep that went in here. And if anything, my 2 cents would be at least have maybe your hook scripted, your points articulated with a few notes, and work off of an outline at least. And then that could help you then sit down and record. Let's go a little bit deeper into now scripting out a video. There's basically 7 steps if I want to kind of outline a video that I have. And the first one is the hook. Walk us through these of what, like, if we now want to structure a great video from a copywriting legend like yourself as well, how can we have a YouTube script formula that turns viewers into customers and grows our channels?
Awesome. Yeah. So, I think the most important lesson to talk about here is this idea of an open loop. And many of you watching this probably know what an open loop is, but it's a concept that seeks the brain, where the brain seeks out to get some sort of conclusion for this loop that's been opened in their brain. And I think a really big mistake that people make when they do YouTube content or any form of content is they open a loop and then they immediately close it. So that might look like me opening a loop in the headline, and then the first 20 seconds of the video, I'm telling you what you came for. So how I like to script my videos, the first thing is the hook, but I already talked about the title, like the written hook and the visual hook. Well, there's also the pre-bumper, I guess you could call it, the pre-bumper hook, which is the first 5 to 10 seconds of your video. Now, what you want to do there is you want to reiterate that hook, which is why they're on your video. Again, a big mistake that I see people make is that people are clicking the video because of the title and the thumbnail. And then when they get on your video, you just start randomly talking about something else. And they're like, whoa, that's not why I came here. So I truly just reiterate what I said in the title, but in a way that's more, mysterious, I guess you could say. Like, I never say, hey guys, as my first lines in my video. I skip the pleasantries until after the bumper. I go right into, do you want to know the 5 marketing trends that are taking the world by storm in 2025? You are definitely not going to believe number 1. Stick around to the end, where I share that. And then I say, keep watching. And then, so that's the hook, right? It's reiterating why they're there. You're opening a loop to get them to keep watching. Then it's the bumper, which is the, music, the whatever you want to have, which again, I've heard people say, like, what's the point? I personally do it because I think, one, it elevates my brand. It makes me human. It makes me relatable. It also tells my audience immediately like the type of person I am. I'm like walking down the street. I'm like, it's very chill. It's very Sex and the City-esque. That was the inspo for it. Definitely need to update it. Haven't updated it in 5 years, but it works. That's short though. But again, reinforcing, right? People learn to love it. Like I used royalty-free audio. I've like heard it used in commercials and stuff before, the exact same tune. I'll literally have people send me DMs like with a video of the commercial being like, they're using your music. I'm like, it's funny how even just one jingle people are now associating with my brand. So I think it's important. Then after the bumper, that's when I really quickly as possible, try to say the things that are important to say at the beginning of the video. I say always, every video I start the same. I say, hey Posse, what's up? It's Alex. And in this video, I'm going to talk about the blah, blah, blah. So there I am reinforcing the hook again. But then I'll say, if you're new to the crew, here on my channel, I talk about, tell them what they're going to get. So if they are new subscribers, they're like, oh, okay, that is actually something I want to learn more about. If you're new to the crew, here on my channel, I share copywriting, marketing, and branding tips to help you grow your business online. If that sounds cool to you, go ahead and hit that subscribe button below. And don't forget to ring that bell to be notified when my next video goes live. Like literally, I could like say that a million times over the exact same way. So I say that as quickly as I can. And then sometimes, and YouTube hates this, when I say YouTube, I mean YouTube people, I'll put like an intro that has some really important, necessary context about what I'm talking about. Every time I do that, people comment and they're like, get to the point. Like people just want you to get to whatever it is you promised. So try to keep the intro as tight as possible. I'll then, before I get to the content, I'll try to open another loop because I know that once I get to the content, people are going to start dropping off, right? Because like they're here for the 5 things. They'll start dropping off after 2 things if the first 2 things aren't blowing their minds. So I try to usually open another loop right before I get to the content that will hopefully get them to stay to the end. So I'll say something like, all right, we're going to dive into the 5 marketing predictions, my 5 marketing predictions for 2025. And when you stick around to the end, I'm going to give you, kind of like you did in this podcast episode, Sean, to stay to the end. And then I go into the teaching points, the frameworks, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s. And then at the very end of the 5th tip, I try as quickly as possible to wrap it up. I never do an outro. I never recap, because what happens, your retention just falls off. Like nobody wants a recap. So I'll literally say the 5th tip, and I won't even say, and there you have it. Those are the 5. I mean, sometimes I do if it really feels awkward if I don't, but usually I'll just go, and if you want to get your hands on that free blah, blah, blah that I told you about earlier, click the link in the description box below to get your hands on that. And I'll see you next week with a brand new video. Until then, I'm Alex. Ciao for now. And that's how I end my videos. So it's very intentional with sort of every little segment of the script.
Yeah. So the 7-part $1 million YouTube script structure is hook, open loop, bumper, welcome with a call to action, another open loop, content and teaching points, and number 7, a hard close, closing fast because people are going to jump off the video anyways. And you know what I love about you talking about the concept of open loops is like, you're absolutely right. When people jump on a video, they're so quick to jump off if you don't give them a reason to stay. And more entertainment content, there was somebody who studied 733 Mr. Beast videos, who is, of course, one of the greatest YouTubers, more entertainment content. But they discovered this Fitch and Curve thing where there was like crisis and tension and a reason to watch, not just right at the beginning of the video, but throughout the video. Sometimes I'd call it raising the stakes. And so I think what's fascinating is a lot of people have talked about, of course, try to hook people and open a loop. But if you can continuously do that in content in a 2025 world, that is such a powerful tip. Data from Meta also revealed from really analyzing people's attention spans that when people click on a video, you've got like 2 seconds, which sounds wild, but it even just speaks to the fact that what are the first words you're saying in your video? How quickly are you cutting to the chase? And I would say, like, listeners, they might be like, this isn't new. I know there should be a hook, but let me just encourage you, like, triple down on hooks in regards to today's landscape and being that much more intentional with what is seen, heard. And I also like this concept of the bumper, because there could almost be an argument where that bumpers were unnecessary or you shouldn't have them. But my opinion's kind of changed on this. In a world where there is so much competition, you hit it so strongly, brand is not talked about enough. So maybe the idea of like, oh, just get to the content, just so rapid fire. But if you're going to have any stickiness to your brand and any super fans that are developed,
Always quick and always delicious. Main Street Bistro side dishes pair with every side of dinner.
Even a life that's rich with meaning can take an unexpected turn. And when life brings you change, we have over 100 years of navigating market ups and downs to help guide you with confidence.
Shade of Reptilian lasts 4 times longer than regular sandpaper. And the ceramic grain cuts faster. The Reptilian pattern keeps your sanding surface cool and clean, which means more productivity. It's not just sandpaper, it's Reptilian.
What's happening?
Rebellion.
to your brand and any super fans that are developed. Like old school radio is a powerful lesson for us. Jingles, old school advertising, like audio branding, like these things. And so again, for that passerby that may be like, she's not going fast enough, I'm just desperate for content, I'm out of here. Well, that's one thing, but what about your super fans? What about the people that stick with you? And so I think having a bumper, now my recommendation is that I think you could do like 5 seconds is a good length for that. Yours is probably less than 10 seconds, I would say.
It's definitely less than 10 seconds. I should look at exactly how long it is, but it's definitely less than 10. And on to that point, like, this is funny. It's kind of like what people say they want versus what they actually want, or like what actually is working. And nobody wants a long intro, but I've gone back and I've analyzed all of my best videos that have the highest rate of monetization, where I make the most money, where I get the most leads, and my intros are long. And I'm like, I'm not going to just stop doing that because some douchebag's commenting in the comments like, this girl needs to speed up. You know, I'm just like, I'm going to keep doing my thing. So
I love that you said that too, because man, haters math is like, there's the one negative comment, but the data speaks for itself. Sometimes I just see the comment, but it's like, what's the audience retention curve? What's the like to dislike ratio? I'll get one negative comment and I'll be like, this video is a total failure. Yes, the like to dislike ratio is 98%. If I got 98% on my test in high school, my mom would have been a lot more proud and happy about. But yet, I'm like, oh, Roblox 22 didn't like me in the video. And
with no picture. Yeah, like, who are you, dude? Yeah.
So like, that's really great. Looking at the data, reviewing it as it goes. Okay, so we hit the 5 steps, really, the framework for the YouTube starter guide of the 5 things we need to know, the 7 steps in your $1 million YouTube script structure. Really, the last question is this most important thing that ultimately, even if you're building a great YouTube channel, you're building on rented land, and you talk about why every business owner and every YouTuber content creator also needs to be building an email list. As we just close, let me know a little bit about why this is important and what you do in your videos to do so. And I want to make sure you do have a free resource that is all about list building. I'll make sure that's in the show notes. We can talk about that in a second, but just speak to this big idea of why we've done all this stuff up to this point. But man, we also got to be thinking about capturing our audience and not just relying on a YouTube subscriber. What's the importance of an email list?
Oh, I mean, it's everything. It's one, you said it, like, you own your email list. Like, you own that asset in your business. You own the right to communicate to them until they unsubscribe, and you get to control what they see and they don't see. You know, well, YouTube is better, I think, than platforms like Instagram, where your reach all of a sudden just, tanks. Or I don't know if you know, but this morning you probably know Facebook and Instagram crashed, and I'm just like, what's happening? Luckily, I can still communicate with my people through email. It's absolutely everything. I mean, it's the most profitable marketing medium. I think, my email list, when I started building it from YouTube, and here's why I think YouTube plus email is like the magic, is when people were getting on my email list, they had probably already watched like 3 to 5 videos of mine. I'm kind of guessing, but I don't put a call to action in every single video. So let's say they watched 3 to 5 and then they got on my video or on my email list. You know, when I did my first launch in 2020 in January, I thought my list was freaking small potatoes compared to some of the lists that I'd been managing as a copywriter and marketer for the 10 years previous. I mean, I had clients with millions of emails on their list. And so I had kind of a general idea of what your earnings per lead kind of looked like on a marketing list. And if you were getting like $1, you were like, wow, that's amazing, right? And so I'm looking at my numbers and I'm like, I got 2,350 people on my email list. Am I absolutely crazy to be launching a $2,000 program that I'm going to be teaching live? Like if I apply the metrics that I know, I'm going to get 1 sale, maybe if I'm lucky. And because my list was built from YouTube, people who already felt like they knew, liked, and trusted me, those 2,300 people were not just like quick, cold landing page opt-ins, whatever. They were people who had consumed my content, related to what I was saying, then took the extra effort to go sign up. So when I did my first launch and made $86,000, my earnings per lead was like something ridiculous, like over $50. And I'm like, oh my God, like suck on that. Like I was so freaking like excited. And I realized it was because of the power of YouTube. And so I feel like anybody who, wants to start seeing more connection in their audiences, wants to start serving their customers at a higher level, wants to start using YouTube, building your email list is going to be the fastest path to monetize off the platform. And you're going to make way more than YouTube ever pays you.
Yeah, I totally agree. You know, we had Donald Miller on the podcast. He said an email lead is worth over $50 actually, if you're doing it right. And
love that. His head copywriter is from the Posse.
Wow, there you go. And
yeah, or maybe not head copywriter, one of them.
I want to encourage listeners. There's this whole parallel skill set to like you're starting your YouTube channel, you're wanting to grow on YouTube. As you build your email list though, like you do want to actually email them. Like that's actually one of the big, I've seen some people, they start that step and they're like, I was like, when's the last time you sent an email? They're like, oh, I haven't in like, a year. You're like, okay, well, we're going to need to actually email them or be thinking about that, which is a conversation for another time. But you do have a resource. I actually pulled up the page here, 50 subject lines that drive more clicks and engagement, real data, surprising twists, and actionable insights from 50 subject line split tests, which there's a whole art form to email. And this is a free resource you have. So we'll link this up in the show notes. And definitely if you're listening and you are committed to everything we're talking about, plus, of course, you could get more information from Alex. I've learned this. I'm not a copywriter, although I think I'm not that bad. And, if you made it this far, to clarify what that means too, we're not talking about like copyright music or like copywritten content on YouTube. We're talking about copywriting with, WRITER. And this becoming a better copywriter makes you a better YouTube content creator. Like I've studied all Ogilvy and all these different things. It's helped me write better scripts. It helps me think different. So those that subscribe to your channel and follow what you're doing, it's a huge skill set that'll help every digital entrepreneur. And of course, business owners listening to this, you probably already understand the power, or maybe there's somebody on your team that you need to get following Alex. So we'll link up into the show notes. I want you to give a shout out to your stuff. But grab that free resource. We'll, of course, link to Alex's channels as well. But anything else that you're doing right now that people can do as far as following you?
Yeah, you can just find me on YouTube, of course, Alex Catoni. I'm also Alex Catoni on Instagram. And yeah, it's just always fun to chat about all things. So I'm happy to come back and do a part 2.
Yeah, well, I would love to definitely do that because there's so many more questions I have for you. But in the meantime, just thank you for adding so much value today. And Think Media Podcast listeners, subscribe, like, rate, review wherever you watch or listen. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and I'll connect with you in a future episode. I don't.
Use the #1 trusted bag to help your beloved leftovers last longer. For the love of food, Ziploc.
SC Johnson.
Many
patients want whiter, brighter teeth. But for patients with sensitivity, it can be a real issue. You can help patients restore the natural whiteness with a toothpaste that is enamel safe. Sensodyne Clinical White, one to recommend.
If you've been thinking about starting a YouTube channel, I think that this episode will be worth your time. I'm going to be talking about 5 benefits of starting a YouTube channel this year. You know, YouTube has 2.7 billion monthly active users right now, so there's a massive audience, and the creator economy is expanding and booming. There's a lot of opportunities to earn a side income, start an online business, but there's also a lot of challenges right now. And so we're going to be covering sort of what's the landscape of YouTube, what are some of the opportunities, and you know, personally, I have been doing YouTube for over 10 years. I've got 3 silver play buttons, a gold play button. I've made a lot of mistakes, and I've also had quite a few successes that I think will serve you and help you maybe make some decisions for what you want to do next when it comes to your YouTube journey. So let's dive in. So here are 5 reasons it's smart to start a YouTube channel in 2025. Number 1 is to get discovered and to attract a following. The first big idea is that the audience on YouTube is massive. Is there competition? For sure. And it actually gets a little bit more fierce every day. But when we look at the fact that there is 2.7 billion with a B people that consume YouTube every single month, it's an absolutely staggering number. And then you think about like the largest YouTuber. If you add up all of his channels, he has maybe 400 million subscribers, which is insane, but is also a drop in the bucket compared to the more macro global audience on YouTube. And then when you look at some of the famous articles like Kevin Kelly's 1,000 True Fans, and you realize if you have like 1,000 true fans, like not 1,000 subscribers, but like 1,000 people who like love what you do and support you. And if you monetize in the different ways, like that's the kind of thing that they're doing to support you, you could have a full-time income with a small audience. You only need maybe a few of the right leads for your business with a small channel. And so the numbers are huge. And one of the biggest questions that comes in is like, but Sean, isn't YouTube saturated now? And I can actually definitively, scientifically say YouTube is not saturated. I think that this made sense to me, you know, as a dad now with a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. We have bath time and you have a sponge to clean your kids off. And if you put that sponge into the bath water, at some point it is completely saturated. It's full. You pull it out, it cannot contain and hold any more water and soap. So here's the question. Is YouTube full? Can it contain any more videos? Well, kind of a funny question. Like it's not full. Like people are still uploading videos. And then there's another question. Are people done watching videos? They're like, yep, you know, I've seen enough. Isn't that maybe actually true though? You know what I mean? But like we still watch more content. I've seen enough. I don't think I want any new videos. I'm just going to watch the old ones. No, we love new stuff. We love novelty, new videos, current events. Like media is always expanding. YouTube is expanding. And who knows where YouTube's going to be in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. But here and now, it's the #1 video platform. It's alive and well. It's the best. I think it was Washington Post that said it's the healthiest economy on the internet. Like out of the digital economies, YouTube is responsible for so many jobs directly and also indirectly through the creator economy and people like you that want to start channels. So it's not saturated. I'm not saying it's easy, but I am saying that it's possible and it's a great place to get discovered and to attract a following. But let's go a little bit deeper. Another aspect of this is the YouTube algorithm itself is designed to surface relevant content to viewers. So when you learn to make strategic content and you learn how the YouTube algorithm works, you'd be shocked about how brand new channels can start getting discovered and start building a following, even if they're starting right now in 2025. In fact, YouTube actually has a dedicated team to new and small channels to work on the algorithm to help give up-and-comers a shot. And this isn't like an altruistic, because they're just saints and they just care about creators. Ultimately, I do believe they care, but YouTube's a business and they're in it to make money. And the way they make money is advertising. And the only way they can advertise is if people keep watching content and people keep watching more content, and they're satisfied with the different content they're watching about all kinds of weird hobbies and different stories and news and conspiracy theories and fitness and sports, everything. Like, there's always this opportunity for people to get into niche, interesting veins. In fact, if you're watching the YouTube version of this, what's the weirdest thing you watch on YouTube? Would you be willing to share that in the comments? What's the weirdest rabbit hole you find yourself going down? Let me know in the comments. And so small creators have a chance to get discovered. That's content discovery, and the YouTube algorithm itself is a favorable algorithm to new channels, especially that learn strategy. Also, search. YouTube is a massive search engine. Now, one of the trendy phrases is YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world, which technically, defined by Gemini, which is the AI that Google owns, and YouTube is all owned by the same parent company, Alphabet. There's Gemini, there's Google, there's YouTube. And Gemini says, well, YouTube's actually not a search engine, but billions of people search on YouTube, and it's bigger than Bing and Yahoo and all the other search engines combined in and of itself. And so getting discovered and building a following, when you start to understand search-based content and creating content that ranks in search, that's a massive opportunity. And then you can go deeper. Google search. Google loves to surface, meaning promote, meaning when you type a search in Google, or these days, audio prompt, videos are part of the responses, and YouTube videos are part of the responses. So again, this first point is get discovered and build a following. This is figure outable. In fact, if you're new to our channel, hit subscribe, stick around. We'll show you how to do this stuff. And so even if you're starting from scratch in 2025, YouTube is still a great platform to build an audience, to get discovered, to build a following. And then finally, under number one, the long-term growth potential. There's a term of content, which is my favorite kind of content, and it's called evergreen content. There's kind of two big buckets, evergreen content and trending content. Trending content is maybe self-explanatory. A news story breaks, a celebrity is trending, you make a video, you tie into it. You might get a lot of views, but you get them for a few days, and then that video may never be viewed again. The flip kind of content is called evergreen, and I like to think about this, I was born in Seattle, Washington. And so in Seattle, we have all four seasons: summer, spring, winter, fall. You'll probably see snow in the winter. You'll see 80, 90 degrees, sunny weather, blue skies in the summer. But we have what's called evergreen trees. And these trees are green all year long. And so evergreen content is similar. It's not just relevant for a week or a day, but for months and even years to come, the videos can continue to get views. So if you're thinking about starting a YouTube channel, I think it's also smart to think about that sometimes it starts slow and that YouTube is a marathon and not a sprint. But if you're committed to the long haul, your momentum, there's kind of a good business word called flywheel. Like the flywheel starts slow like a train, like it's slow at the start, but once momentum builds, once you've got some videos out there, especially if they're being found in Google search, YouTube search, the algorithm, and you're maybe getting a few subscribers a month, but then you're getting 100 subscribers a month, but then you get 1,000 subscribers a month. And it builds over time, especially with evergreen content. I actually have a video that's over 15 years old that still gets views. Maybe 2,000 views a year, grows my channel like 19 subscribers, but it's 15 years old. That is crazy if you think about long-term growth potential. And then you start thinking about, what if I just don't stop? And what if I improve? Because your first videos are going to be your worst videos when you start a channel. But what if I just start slow and just kind of get into this thing, but then start to improve as I go? The first big idea is YouTube is a great place to get discovered and to grow a following.
Do you ever wish that YouTube came with a cheat code? Well, it kind of does. It's called vidIQ, and it's packed with AI tools to help you grow your channel faster. Think of it like having a YouTube expert in your corner, giving you personalized tips and tricks to improve your videos so that ultimately you can get more views and subscribers. And the best part is you can try it out for 30 days for just $1. If you want to grab this offer, just go to vidiq.com/think or click the link in the show notes. All right, let's get back into the episode.
The second reason to go all in on YouTube this year is to start or continue building your personal brand. Now, what is the power of building your personal brand? Think about characters like Elon Musk, Oprah Winfrey, Mark Zuckerberg. What do their personal brands allow them to do? Well, if you think about their businesses that they own, their personal brands can help them raise the value of their business, attract top talent, promote their business. Now, additionally, there's some thought leadership. You look at Elon Musk, controversial character, but now getting into politics, leveraging his personal brand for all kinds of things. I mean, he purchased a media company, Twitter. And so there's all kinds of aspects of personal brand. You think about Oprah, pre-social media, she realized the power of media. As she's building a personal brand, she's able to grow any business that it wants to promote or talk about. She's able to have influence, have open doors of opportunity. Well, Mark Zuckerberg recently went through a whole rebrand. I mean, have you seen him lately? You know, he's got like a chain. I need to get a chain. He's got like, you know, he's all hip now. He's trying to rebrand the face and the vibe of Meta, but he's thinking about the value of the company. He's thinking about future. He's thinking about relationship and perception in the media and with their customers and the public. Okay, what's the point? Your personal brand is leverage for you, even on a small scale. Let's take it to regular everyday people like you and me. It's like, I'm a small town kid, college dropout, grew up in Arlington, Washington, an hour north of Seattle, went to Arlington High School, and grew up on 6 acres with some goats and horses. And I had no connections in Hollywood, no media connections. Nobody like gave me an open door to start being able to do media, right? We're living in the creator economy. I started to post videos on the internet that I filmed in my bedroom. And today I run a small media company. You know, we got employees and it's weird. Things have gotten kind of official and publishing content, and I've had all kinds of open doors, been in Success Magazine or Forbes and been on stages and stuff. Like, why? You know, well, the power of personal branding. And even before all of that, I think about, I started a YouTube channel and it led to me getting a promotion from a small town, moving to Las Vegas, getting a better job with a better salary, with health benefits, with also like more influence or a chance to learn from just a whole different level of the people I was working with, because I started a YouTube channel and I started to put my thought leadership out there and I started to build a personal brand. And so a couple reasons why it's a great idea to go all in starting a YouTube channel, even if it doesn't get huge, is to showcase your expertise and your passion. To start building a portfolio of your thought leadership, your passion. Who are you? That might grow and monetize and go full time. That might lead to job promotions. It might lead to open doors. It might lead to relationships, friendships. In fact, you can connect with a like-minded community. When you start posting content and kind of get into the content creation game, you must start meeting other people. And they often say your network, your net worth is up to your network, or your network is your net worth, which is kind of true. You need to expand your influence, your connections. And starting a YouTube channel, putting some things out into the conversation is one way to do that. Enhance your career prospects. In fact, listen to this stat. A strong personal brand can lead to 10 to 20% increase in income, according to a 2023 study by Career Builder. So even getting a raise at your current job, making a move to somewhere else on the other side of a personal brand. 92% of recruiters use social media to find candidates. And so it's a preemptive move even to start building your personal brand on your YouTube channel. Now, if you're a business owner or entrepreneur, you can increase the value of your business and drive sales. For entrepreneurs, 72% say personal branding has helped them acquire new customers. So personal branding, if you're, as a business owner, service provider, if you haven't stepped into that game yet, there's more revenue waiting on the other side. There's more leads, there's more prospects. You can attract opportunities. You can build a portfolio as a body of work. And I think the other powerful thing about having a personal brand is accelerating trust in an AI world. In 2025, AI is everywhere. And so check out this stat. 63% of Americans are more likely to buy from you if you have an established personal brand. And one of the things that you look at from Google, and this is a evaluator of quality content on websites that Google uses, and it's EEAT, and it stands for experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. EEAT. This formula is the key to success on YouTube and the internet in 2025. Because we're going to see this massive rise of AI. We're already seeing it. We're going to see a massive rise of like lower quality content or like good information, but like it's AI. Like it's just going to be everywhere. It's like anybody can chat GPT that. Anybody can Gemini that. But you know what nobody can do? They can't be you. They can't have your stories. They can't have your experience. So what's interesting is Google is basically saying for websites, and Google owns YouTube, that we want to surface information that's not just from AI, that like all of that is common. We want to surface information, one, with experience. So what's your personal brand? Your experience, your stories, your struggles, your trauma, your ups, your down, your scars, your lessons. Your expertise. Okay. It's one thing to know facts, but expertise knows context, nuance. What have you lived through? You know, whatever you start your YouTube channel about, it's like you've birthed 5 kids, 10 kids. Have you birthed 10 kids? You know, you've raised them. You've had a couple businesses that you've grown and sold and that have failed and exit and bankruptcies and some things. Like there's some lessons in there. There's some grit in there. You know, you've had the ups and downs. You made it through college. Like the different things that you can take and share online. Authoritativeness. You have credentials, experience, and then trustworthiness. And so this is what's cool about this is AI can't have these things. I love AI, and I think it can help content creators go faster. But being a real human on the internet, having a YouTube channel that's really you as a person and as a personal brand, like eventually everyone's going to have an AI chatbot giving them information on their website. Cool. Where's that connection with you? And if I could watch your videos, learn a little bit about you, hear about how you can add value, hear some of your stories, it's going to be this massive trust accelerator. This is already true, and it's going to be more true as we go throughout 2025. And so one reason to start a YouTube channel is to build or continue to build and amplify your personal brand. Number 3, generate multiple streams of income. It's true. YouTube is a massive money-making opportunity. Now, we're not going to go super deep into this in this video, but there's 2 big categories I want to cover. There is making money on YouTube, and then there's making money with YouTube. There's like 7 ways to make money on YouTube. There's like 14 plus ways to make money with YouTube. And I actually have a YouTube challenge coming up where we're going to be talking about that and other things. If you're thinking about starting a channel, wanting to get your first or next 1,000 subscribers, if you go to tube1kchallenge.com, you could register for that for free. But I'll hit a couple of them. So making money on YouTube is this idea that like you can make money on YouTube itself. Most people know this, but once you get approved for the YouTube Partner Program, you can get paid for views. But you can also do things like channel memberships. And you can also do things like super chats. If you're live, people can tip you. And then there's things like Brand Connect once you qualify, where you can get brand deals right through YouTube. YouTube shopping is a massive wave right now. Affiliate marketing built right into YouTube. And we're seeing shopping on all kinds of the other vertical platforms. This is only going to be bigger as the future continues. In fact, this last few months, we earned a few $1,000s just doing tests and experiments with YouTube shopping on our main YouTube channel, Think Media. So that's on YouTube. It's very interesting. You want to be thinking about your strategy. One, you might just want to start knowing like there's financial opportunity and I'll figure this out as I go. But there's this one path of making money on YouTube. And then there's this path of making money with YouTube. And the big idea there is like, you could make money with anything, meaning if you put a billboard up in your city, you could pay the money and perhaps somebody driving by takes action and goes to a website or calls the phone number. You could, use other social media platforms to try to get attention. But this would just be, the platform's more of a marketing channel to affiliate marketing. The platform's a marketing channel to your own merchandise or your own events or your own coaching. Or it's a marketing channel. It brings awareness to leads and prospects. Again, maybe a business owner, you want to buy or sell houses as a real estate agent, meet prospects. Maybe you're doing network marketing on YouTube versus with YouTube. And it's interesting. It makes me think of a story of why you don't need a huge channel if you've got the right financial strategy. And so one of our students named Jen DeVore Richter had 546 subscribers. And she sent us an email and said, I just had an $11,000 week thanks to your VRA program, which is our main YouTube education program. But here's the point. She made $11,000 in a week, not a month, because her small YouTube channel brought awareness to her services. Now, she actually had an agency that serves business owners, so that would mean you're making money with YouTube. YouTube becomes this way to drive awareness to your bigger financial strategy, your bigger economic strategy. But here's the good news. Even if you're like, I'm not even sure, I just kind of want to start making videos, well, it's still a great time to start, knowing that there's so many future opportunities as you start to chart out your, what we would call a YouTube money plan, and that the ways continue to multiply. I mean, they truly do. YouTube has a dedicated force of a team that is trying to think about how creators can continue to earn in more ways. Whether that was not only adding YouTube Shorts, but then adding monetization to YouTube Shorts, recently adding YouTube Shopping, and then as it comes to making money on the internet in general, the ways continue to multiply as well. So generating multiple streams of income, I think the right mentality to have is this isn't like get rich quick. It's not like the day you start your YouTube channel, it's like you have multiple streams of income. But I think it's knowing, is there a reason to go all in on YouTube? Yeah, the financial opportunity is real. If I commit to this thing, if I'm diligent, disciplined, I skill up, and I'm also patient, there is a lot of money to be made down the road. Number 4, establish influential digital real estate and future-proof your brand. Now I'm excited to unpack this one because we're about to get deep and kind of a little bit more advanced, but establish influential digital real estate and future-proof your brand is kind of a whole different way of thinking of why it's worth investing in YouTube. Here's some categories. Create strategic business assets. So under this, I think about intellectual property, an archive of content, a base of subscribers, building an email list, and building a text message list. It's not that you have to do all of these things, but the power of starting a YouTube channel over time, and I just think looking back over my career now, like what is the value of the main channel Think Media? Well, even just in and of itself, it earns $380,000 to $500,000 to $450,000 a year in ad revenue. It's a media library, and that's intellectual property of videos that are assets. Well, will they be assets forever? Well, nothing necessarily is assets forever, but you're actually building up a body of work. You're building up IP, intellectual property. And as you actually create your YouTube channel, should you kind of go down maybe an education path, you might start to develop proprietary processes, frameworks. Like we have our 7R system is a proprietary process. It's a framework. So intellectual property, an archive of content, your subscriber base. Now there's also, I mentioned email lists and text because it's also a good idea not to depend only on YouTube. But if you're building up subscribers, that has value as a strategic business asset. If you're building up an email list as well and letting people know about how they could get on a newsletter or get some other value. And again, these are options, but a text message list, these are all business assets that could be the second order consequences of you just getting serious, punching fear in the face, and starting to create content on YouTube. And like I mentioned, we're taking this to a pretty advanced level. I'm coming to you on almost the 10-year anniversary of Think Media, and I just mean from going full time. There was like 5 years before that when I just posted my first ever video, like about, I don't even remember, how to stay informed in media. Maybe we have a clip of it. And I just kept going. And so there's like levels to the game, and you never know what's going to happen over time as you build up valuable assets. Another one is to leverage tax advantages for business owners and media companies. One of the reasons to go all in on YouTube, you got a 9-to-5 right now. You've got your main job, your main income. Starting not a hobby, but starting an online business or a side business has great tax advantages. Now, I'm not a CPA, and so this is not financial advice. And I'm speaking to you from America and in the US, but this is real. And so you could do your research to realize like, okay, I am passionate about doing this. I would love to do this, but I'm not just going to make videos necessarily and treat it just as a hobby. I am going to go in with the intent of starting an online business. And in doing so, now I could write off my home office, square footage. I could buy computers and cameras, and those become tax write-offs. I think about this. Consider, one of the main things I have done and do is I'm a tech reviewer. So I review cameras and gear. And so I remember when my friend Nick said, hey, do you want to go to Colorado and go skiing and snowboarding? And so I thought about it and I thought, okay, that'd be interesting. And I would always ask, like, how could this be a write-off? Check with my CPA. Could this be a write-off? Is it ordinary and necessary? Now, just a leisurely trip. Maybe he is one of our students, a business colleague. Could we do some meeting things? Yeah, but do we have to go there? Well, here was the interesting idea. Action cameras. Okay. I review action cameras, GoPros. At the time, there was a camera called the Yi 4K. And so I was like, well, is it ordinary and necessary? IRS terms. This is not financial advice, but to go test an action camera in a real environment, I got to get it in the snow, get it in the temperature, put the wear and tear of the wind, and it's meant for action. So now, is this a legitimate trip, filming every day with the camera, getting footage? That footage is edited into a video. And so now this trip has become a business trip. Okay. So then you have the meals on the trip because you got to eat. Those are 50% deduction at the time. And I know we're probably getting geeky and I just lost all audience retention at this point in the episode. But this is just a way of thinking. Okay, you want to go to cool events, cool cities, network with other creators, collaborate, film podcasts, do different things. Why not see if those things could become a way to save money on taxes? And there's always like the meme of like, oh, it's a write-off, so I don't have to pay for it. Well, no. Like, you still pay for it. You just are paying for it with pre-tax dollars. You're able to maybe increase the thing you're passionate about, stretch your dollar further. Something to look into. In fact, I'll link in the show notes to some episodes with some CPAs on how to leverage YouTube for tax advantages, other things business owners can do. And here's the big idea. You're not just starting a hobby YouTube channel, you're starting a media company. So something to think about. Now, evergreen content. YouTube videos can remain relevant for a year. We've kind of already touched this one. But when we talk about future-proofing your brand and digital real estate, you creating ranked videos and building a library of media assets on your YouTube channel is what I mean by digital real estate. Like, fast forward to today, and Think Media will show up on the other side of a lot of searches, our various podcasts, or our main channel. That's digital real estate. This is the reason why you hear us say the term ranked videos. A ranked video is a video that basically shows up if you type in a search term. There you are on that top result or that first page on the other side. That's real estate. Now, it might be temporary because videos can move around. And another way to think about a ranked video is when someone expresses intent. And if you've ever typed something into YouTube, like if you were like shopping for a dog and you were like, Boston Terrier, and if you type in Boston Terrier to the YouTube search bar and you start watching some videos, what's going to happen? All kinds of Boston Terriers are being recommended all over your homepage and they start showing up in your suggestions. So a ranked video just means YouTube starts promoting you, whether they show you on the suggested or anywhere else. And so as you master this skill, by starting before you're ready, by ignoring the whole tax advice part at this point, because you don't need to necessarily worry about that first. There's a lot of things in this video you could even set to the side. It's like, start before you're ready, start messy, ready is a lie, start poop your pants scared. You got to just go for it, But just knowing that over time, YouTube is like a fine wine. It gets better with age. And that's evergreen content that can grow in value. And then the last thing here is, this kind of ties into number 3 as well, personal branding, is think about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and how he's leveraged his personal brand for massive success, but then also how he's future-proofed his brand and continued to compound the value. So by doing a thing, and that might, in our case, again, I know we're starting a lot smaller, and I'm not saying we're going to become The Rock, but I think wrestling, right? I don't know if that was first, but I think he gets into wrestling, WWE, WWF, builds his body, builds his influence, but then he starts to do the acting thing. Then he starts to get a social media following. Then he starts to build his personal brand. Okay, what's that lead to? Okay, Terramana Tequila launches a business, breaks records. Zoa Energy, is that how you say it? ZOA energy drink. Project Rock, Under Armour. $7 Productions, XFL, his film projects. Future-proof your brand. Establish influential digital real estate. These two kind of compound. You just never know where you're going to be. And so bring this down to like your local city. Don't you want to be like if you want to be like the number one real estate agent in your local city, or you want to be a couple hundred subscribers on your YouTube channel, as well as your influence in the community, the digital assets you're building, the online branding, your website ranking, the SEO, there's no reason why you can't be the rock of your county and have media assets, and it could lead you to deals and open doors and networking. And this is kind of all the points stacking. You want to start your YouTube channel today, because if you're going to be future-proofed for tomorrow, tomorrow's going to be too late. And so now's the time to do the work. Now's the time to press record, which brings us to number 5, which is fight evil, tyranny, misinformation, and lies, and generally bad advice on the internet. Now, I don't know what your ambitions are. You might be like, Sean, I'm just starting a gaming channel. Like, what the heck are you talking about? But I think that one of the coolest reasons to start YouTube is because of something you're passionate about and a cause you truly care about. And the fact is this: we have seen now YouTube disrupt elections. We have seen social media just flip political powers in countries. And I'm not trying to go too high level, right? It's like, are we going to do that with our small channels? I just want to encourage you. It's like, there's a quote that says, the only way that evil can triumph is if good men and women stay silent. Like, there's just something about you raising your voice and joining the conversation. We are seeing a disruption of traditional media and the rise of independent content creators. And I just think there's a massive opportunity. Now, I also understand that with great power comes great responsibility. And so I hope you're not spreading misinformation or lies or anything like that. But it's like when you hold yourself to a high character and a high ethic and high integrity, and there's probably some things that frankly kind of tick you off. You know, you like look around and you're like, man, this is happening in culture. This is happening in my city or my country. Like, we're living in a world where independent people can join the conversation, where the gatekeepers are gone. And my personal conviction is there's real evil in the world and there's real good. And we need more purpose-driven people raising their voice and starting meaningful YouTube channels, even if that just means bringing more positive and values building and faith building content creatively to the platform, more people with high values and high ethic building educational YouTube channels. We have the opportunity to fight tyranny and to fight evil and to fight misinformation and to fight generally just bad advice that gets spread on YouTube. And I want to encourage at least one person watching this that the next generation needs mentors. Like, they need real wisdom. They need real life advice from people that have real experience. I think there's a massive opportunity right now for people in their 40s, people in their 50s, people in their 60s to start YouTube channels. There is too many 20-year-old life coaches, and there's too many 23-year-old business experts. Respect to the next generation that's doing some incredible things, and to the 1% of them that actually maybe have a legitimate business acumen that they've built at a very young age. Unfortunately, a lot of it's just smoke and mirrors and knowing how to game algorithms, rent cars, rent and lease jewelry or whatever, to just like front on social media to scam or mislead people. We just need people with real substance. And it doesn't mean you're going to have a huge audience or a viral audience, but who's waiting for you to show up and take your dreams and goals seriously on YouTube? Who could be waiting on the other side of you punching fear in the face and bringing valuable content from a life that you've lived, from the highs and the lows, the mistakes you've made, the wisdom you've gained? The world is flooded with information right now, but it's starving for wisdom. And so I hope that one or two people listening to this episode maybe thinks, okay, there's a money-making opportunity. I could build a personal brand. I could grow an audience. I could even see some future benefits here. But there's also a cause. Like, what fires you up? What gets you excited? If you just are going to create an entertaining channel, that's cool too. You might be like, I'm not exactly fighting tyranny, Sean. Like, relax. I understand. But I think there's something about digging to a deeper level of purpose And we need good men and good women that are willing to get uncomfortable and start YouTube channels. Now, I'm curious, if you watch the YouTube version, which of these points did you like best? Is there any other reasons you could think about why now is a great time to start a YouTube channel? And if you want some more help, I'm actually hosting a 5-day challenge. It's entirely free. It's called the Tube 1K Challenge. I'll link to it in the show notes, or you can go to tube1kchallenge.com. Every day we learn something. Every day you'll be challenged to do something, to get started, to plan out videos, even to film a video. There's some giveaways of cool tech and software, and it's a lot of fun. We only do it a couple times a year. So if you want to register for that for free, go to tube1kchallenge.com. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. Like, rate, share, review wherever you listen to the podcast, and I will see you in a future episode.
Welcome to your Walmart.
Say, is it too late to start? Not if you're doing this. And here's the good news. 99% of creators are not doing this. Like, grab your smartphone and post your first video in the next 24 hours. That's what courage looks like. 99% of creators might not even have the attention span to listen through this entire framework, and that's why they'll probably lose. Not just skip around and look for a YouTube short to give me a dopamine hit, but are you really playing all in? Are you really sharing your boldest voice? Are you really living all out courageously? Or are you playing it safe? I think that 100% of people listening to this could really ask themselves the question, what does that next level of courage look like for me?
Sean, you have a whole system that you have personally curated and used for your YouTube channels to reach silver play buttons, gold play buttons, and also help other content creators reach their goals with their YouTube channels. And that's the 7C framework. I don't think you've really sat down in a setting like this to share more about it, which we will get into in just a little bit. But my first question for you is it too late to start on YouTube in 2025?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think people ask that question every year. And the short answer is no, it's not too late. The nuanced answer is it is challenging to start on YouTube right now with rising competition, with a lot of people wanting to do this. And competition is highest for those that are starting YouTube without a strategy, for those that are making low quality content. But I would say that if you have the right mindset, the right strategy, and we'll go through all steps in our system in this video and this podcast. But also, I do think there's a lot of good news in 2025. One is YouTube's really promoting small and new channels. We've seen this over and over again, that on people's homepages and their suggested feeds, from our surveys, from our own experience, that maybe 1 out of every 4 videos recommended. You might see a big YouTuber, an established creator. They have 1 million subscribers. This person's getting 1 million views. But then you'll see a video recommended to you that has under 1,000 subscribers, that has videos that have 56 views, and they're showing up on your homepage or in your suggested feed. The YouTube algorithm and YouTube employees confirm this, is they want the YouTube ecosystem to succeed. And that's not really a selfless ambition from them. They make money by running ads on people's videos. They need the creators and the creator economy to flourish so that their business model flourishes as well. So it's in their interest for creators to start new channels and succeed in 2025. That's good news, because they want to find ways to help creators win, help creators get discovered. And we're seeing that's how the algorithm works. So especially with some of the changes that are happening on YouTube and with this framework, I think that it's still a great time to start a channel. And these are the way I would approach a brand new channel right now.
That's awesome. That's very encouraging too, even compared to 2024 and 2023. Starting out, it seems like they're almost at a better foothold in 2025. So I would love to dive into your 7C framework and what that looks like for a content creator jumping into YouTube. What is the first C of your framework? And I guess I should ask you first,
what is your framework? Why did you create it? What has it done for you?
Yeah, so wrote a book called YouTube Secrets with my friend Benji Travis. And actually, if people want the physical book of this, we're doing something cool this year, which we're giving away free. If you we'll mail it to you if you cover shipping. And so we'll link to that in the show notes or ytsecrets.com. And it's actually updated. The second edition is out now. And we wanted to write a book to encapsulate a proven system and a proven process that Benji had done in kind of vlogging and entertainment with his wife on his cooking channel, on a real estate channel he started. I had been a freelancer for many different experts, pastors, personal brands, running their YouTube channels for them, and then I've started multiple YouTube channels myself. And so these 7 steps have actually stood the test of time for starting a channel, but then there's some nuances to them that are different now in 2025. And so the first C is courage. You know, we'll get tactical in a second, but there's a big part of YouTube that's mindset. If someone's watching this or listening to this, they might be thinking like, man, you know, is it too late still? You know, is it just going to be, how hard is this going to be? Is it going to be worth the effort? What are people going to think of me? Am I going to get negative comments? You know, there's a lot of resistance, a lot of overthinking, a lot of self-doubt and imposter syndrome. And if you feel those things, welcome to the club. Everybody does, actually. Of course, some people are just a little bit more natural, but like the self-doubt, you know, the definition of courage is not the absence of fear. It's taking practical steps forward despite the fear you feel. So if you're wondering, oh, is it weird that I'm feeling fear? This other person that started, they must not have felt that. Maybe the difference is they felt it, but they did it anyways. So for this C, it's really just making that decision that you're going to press record. You're going to start poop your pants scared. Your armpits might be sweaty. You might be running all these scenarios. Like I in high school, I was kind of an outcast. I wasn't, you know, one of the popular kids, especially freshman year, Arlington High School. I was really sucked at sports, and it seemed like the football team, like they were the, you know, really popular kids, whatever. And so I just also remember thinking that like I had a lot of insecurity, like I never quite fit in. And I remember thinking, even though this is like a made up scenario, that years later when I was starting a channel, I was like, man, are people going to judge me? Like, what about those people from high school? Oh, look at him. Who does he think he is? He's starting a channel and all this stuff. They don't even know what, you know, like they're not even watching.
Yeah.
Years later, I remember I was waiting tables and some girls that I went to high school with that were in the cool crowd, they were, I was waiting on them. Of course, they were very kind, but I remember, and I was working on my YouTube channel on the side, and I was like, oh man, like, all I can feel right now is I just remember feeling like conflicted inside, like kind of insecure, kind of like, well, I'm trying to build something, but what do they think? And you know, they drove up in a nice car. I think they had really nice jobs, and it's very respectable, of course, to be a server at a restaurant. But I just remember going through my feels of like, man, what are people going to think? And am I going to be judged? And maybe you got spouses or family members. All this stuff is real. Here's the bottom line. It's going to take courage. And if you look at the landscape right now, maybe you look at the economy, you look at what's happening, you don't like what's happening in politics, you don't like what's happening in the world. There's just a lot of reasons to stay safe and not get out of your comfort zone. But it's the people who actually get uncomfortable and punch fear in the face and get courageous and actually start. And ready is a lie. Like if you're waiting until you feel ready or you're waiting until you feel all the answers, this is a great episode to listen to. But like, after you're done listening to these 7 C's, like grab your smartphone and post your first video in the next 24 hours. That's what courage looks like. Because you can get more strategic over the years, but you cannot steer a parked car. So there's something about punching fear in the face, punching perfectionism in the face, pressing record, and starting, and that takes courage.
Would you say that even to this day, after being online for over 20 years, that you still have to choose to have courage? I'm sure it might be easier, but what does that look like for you now?
100%. I'm more comfortable on camera now, maybe before I shoot a video, but now I still have just as much insecurity. It's just different. Now it's been crazy that I think media has grown. It's a bigger business. We have a team. You're a part of that team. It's really cool what we've been blessed to be able to get to do. But I still am like, do I have what it takes? to run Think Media at this level? Am I a good enough leader? Do I have now I'm a father, so I'm even, do I have what it takes to raise these kids? I don't know. I think people have different levels. I think it's just normal to feel, again, imposter syndrome. And then the truth is too, with courage, is I think negative comments is one of our fears. I think that sometimes we fear failure. What if I start and I don't get any views? But you know what we also fear? Success. What if I get too many views? I've seen people go viral. You might have noticed that people get quote unquote canceled on the internet. A video goes viral. There's different fears that could come into your mind. How do I speak about, the privacy of my kids, or do I share my kids? And a lot of, do I share my life? Should I change my name? I know a lot of women will think about this a little more cautious, wisely so. Maybe they use their first name, but do a different last name because they don't want to be looked up, or maybe a stalker in the past, or all kinds of stuff. For real. But anything worth having in life is uphill. The greatest rewards are outside of your comfort zone. Be safe, be wise, set things up in a smart way. But yes, I think that I need courage for every new battle I'm going to fight. And you might have defeated other giants in your past, or maybe you beat the lion, you beat the bear, but now you're facing the giant. Goliath is in front of you, and that's starting the channel or getting back to a channel, because man, you might sometimes you have regret. Like, I tried YouTube a few years ago and I got busy and I got discouraged and I had a setback for a while. Maybe I got sick, a family member got sick or something. And sometimes you're like, man, I just feel like I lost momentum. And even, at the start of a new year or mid-year, I just feel like the uphill battle, like how am I going to get that momentum back? It feels heavy. It feels hard. You don't have to see the full staircase. You got to just take the first step. And that necessity of courage, by the way, this 7 C's is a circle. As soon as we get to the end, we're going to start right back at the beginning with courage again. You don't graduate courage. At every single level, you've got new challenges that will come your way, but that's a blessing. It's bigger giants, new levels, new devils. It's like just you keep going back through. So yes, that's why really in a lot of ways this framework is for myself, not just for those that are starting YouTube channels. Even if you're more advanced, what's that next level of courage look like for you? That next bold idea, that next thing that you really feel like you should share that's on your heart. But what if you got a little bit more vulnerable with your vision, with your values, with what you stand for? Maybe you see what's happening in the world and your channel's been a little bit PC, politically correct, but you feel like there's just a message burning in your bones, but you've been playing it safe. Maybe you're making some money. Maybe you feel like my content's going fine, my channel's going all right, but are you really playing all in? Are you really sharing your boldest voice? Are you really living all out courageously? Or are you playing it safe? I think that 100% of people listening to this could really ask themselves the question of what does that next level of courage look like for me? Every day you want to start your YouTube channel is another day of missed opportunities and untapped potential. Here's the truth. YouTube reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than all the cable networks combined. The opportunity is massive, and the Think Media team and I want to help you seize it. I'm excited to announce our YouTube 1K Challenge, a free 5-day event that will give you the exact blueprint to start and grow your YouTube channel in 2025. Whether you're an entrepreneur, business owner, or somebody ready to grow their personal brand, this challenge is your roadmap to success. To register, just go to tube1kchallenge.com. We're going to be doing one training session a day for 5 days, and you're going to learn how to get your first 1,000 subscribers and start earning real income. Insider strategies that make viewers want to click on your videos and keep watching. Multiple different ways to earn money from your YouTube channel, even if you have a small audience, and how to build an authentic personal brand that truly connects with people. But it gets even better. We are giving away prizes every single day of the challenge. You could win professional microphones, lighting kits, and premium content creation software. And during this challenge, you're getting access to the exact training that we offer in our $4,000 coaching program, but you're getting it completely for free, and you can start with just your smartphone. So if you're ready to turn 2025 into your YouTube breakthrough year, go to tube1kchallenge.com to register. That's tube1kchallenge.com, or click the link in the show notes or YouTube description to register
enter for our upcoming challenge.
Had you not started your YouTube channel, you wouldn't be where you were, but you chose to have courage. And then it's something that builds. You're building that muscle of courage. The first C being courage. What is the second C of the framework?
So then the second C is clarity. And so this is about answering the question of what is the focus of my YouTube channel? I think one of the biggest dangers of 2025 is distraction and overwhelm. There's so many different social media platforms you could try to build on. There's so many different online ways to make money. There's so many different things to watch and get distracted by, so many social media feeds to just get stuck scrolling in. There's so many different business opportunities or shiny objects. So if you're just distracted, not only that, as think about the consumer, that the hopeful viewer someday that will watch your channel, think about how many options they have. So if your channel is not clear, if you don't find a way to stand out in the sea of sameness, there's a quote from Zig Ziglar that says, you don't want to be a wandering generality, you want to be a meaningful specific. What is the focus of your YouTube channel? So this would mean like, who is your channel for? What problem does it solve? How can your channel be different? What's unique about your channel? What's unique about your personality that can weave into the channel? Because the argument might be, well, somebody's already doing what I'm doing. But yes, topic-wise, but they can never do it the same as you. Why? They don't have the same stories. They don't have the same perspectives. They're in a different season of life. They don't have the same trauma. Like the way life has shaped you and your experiences, we all bring our unique perspective to even something that's similar. You know how many successful personal finance channels there are? You know how many successful gardening channels there are? It's really actually endless. What's different is we're different. And so clarity is about identifying what are your strengths, maybe what are your weaknesses. In business, there's this thing called a SWOT analysis, SWOT, and you'll draw 4 columns, and a business will do this when they're thinking about making a competitive advance for their business in a coming year. This is a good thing to do for your YouTube channel. It's part of clarity. What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are the opportunities? What are the threats? So it's like, what are my strengths? Okay, I've got this connection. Maybe I got some money so I can buy some gear. I could set this up. Maybe I want to start a video podcast. I already know a couple people. I have my first few guests. It's like a strength. What are some of your weaknesses? Well, when it comes to weaknesses, maybe I don't have a lot of time. Well, I got to be more efficient. But what are my weaknesses? And maybe finances are low. Well, I can't compete to the person who's going to build a $10,000 studio. But all I need is a smartphone. You just are assessing, play to your strengths, find a way to overcome your weaknesses. What are the opportunities? Well, maybe I'm located in a place where there's other people to collaborate with. Like we're recording in Vegas right now. It's crazy how much momentum there was for me on YouTube in terms of like podcast guests and all this stuff from being in Vegas. But my wife and I made a decision for family and actually moved back to the Pacific Northwest. That's my value system. I'd rather do that. But it wasn't the best business decision. It actually now becomes more of a weakness. I can do things virtual. So I learned how to adapt to that. Use virtual interviews, fly to Vegas every once in a while. I'm in a rural town in the Pacific Northwest the majority of the year running a media company. That's the cool world we live in. But it still might be a weakness. It's not your biggest opportunity. And then what are the threats? Okay, that's also under clarity would be a little bit of a competitor analysis. And I'm not talking about comparison. So you need to get in the right mindset for this. I want you to sit down and look for really 10 to 20 of other channels that are doing something similar to what you want to do, or like related, like maybe not directly. So it's interesting if you wanted to do something related to health and you maybe more specifically wanted to do something related to like, let's say biohacking, like bulletproof coffee and supplements and red light therapy. And there's that dude who's like planning on like never dying. Like he's supplements and doing all this different stuff. But maybe you're like, I kind of is in that space. So you begin to study, there's some people doing video podcasts. There's this channel over here. This guy's kind of teaching. This guy over here kind of does an interview show. This guy over here, Andrew Huberman, does it this way. And you start sort of assessing
this is the clarity C. And you don't want to get stuck here, but this is how you put together a plan when people say, is it too late to start? Not if you're doing this. And here's the good news. 99% of creators are not doing this. 99% of creators, might not even have the attention span to listen through this entire framework. And that's why they'll probably lose. It's those who okay, I'm really going to get tactical on this, not just skip around and look for a YouTube short to give me a dopamine hit. I'm going to go deep. And so a competitor analysis, not to compare because they're further along. Of course, they're crushing it. It's like, oh, look how good they're doing. No, it's like looking, okay, what can I learn from them? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And that'll help you identify who is my target audience, what is the main theme of my channel, what problem does my channel solve, how can my channel be a little bit different, what can I try to contribute to, and put together a simple napkin plan basically for your channel. I'm going to start a video podcast once a week on marriage and relationships. I'm going to interview marriage and relationship experts and authors. I'll do it virtually. I can do that from anywhere. And there's your plan. And it's a way to start. You could do a video podcast like this without this fancy gear. I'm saying you could do it at a computer with a webcam, or I'm going to do talking head video. I'm going to film in my kitchen once a week, one recipe, and make it simple, and then start with that clear plan going forward.
Okay, so we've got courage, clarity. Let's move into the third C.
Okay, so now you're going to set up your channel. Now, you might have already started your YouTube channel, but it's the fact that you actually need to start a YouTube channel to have a YouTube channel. And if you're watching this, you probably have a YouTube channel. But if you don't have your avatar yet, and this is the channel you're uploading on, get your avatar right. Get your name of your channel dialed in. Write your about page. Get your email on there so that brands could reach out to you. Well, I'm just starting. Why would brands reach out to me? I think the mindset you want to have, I've noticed that those that are successful, they think big in small places. They don't let their small YouTube channel make them small-minded. There's something about taking, turning pro and treating your YouTube channel, especially with AI and design tools like Canva or whatever, there's templates out there. There's just no excuse to have an ugly YouTube channel.
Yes, truth.
There just isn't.
Hard truth.
There's so many tools that'll just kind of at least get a template, these days with AI, filters, you could take the nastiest photo on your phone. I mean, bad lighting, I don't even know much about photography. And then you put it into AI and click a button, clean this up and make the lighting right. It's whoa, now that looks like a professional photographer.
Yeah.
That's literally the world we're living in. And so I just mean you can have a crispy looking avatar. Now, you don't have to be on camera. There's that option. You don't have to have your face on the channel. It could be a logo. You could do screen share videos, faceless videos. We don't have to get into all of that. But the bottom line with channel is get your channel right. And it's kind of like a channel, in the book, we have a channel checklist. And it's essentially the way YouTube channels work. Name, avatar picture, get the links. There's also some things on the back end. Eventually, there's going to be 4 things that you want to make sure are in compliance with your channel. You've uploaded at least a couple of videos. You've attached a phone number and done 2-factor authentication, or they verified your identity. You've got and those compliance things become the bedrock for getting monetized eventually and unlocking all of the features if you want to be able to upload longer videos or go live and all of this stuff. So we don't have to get into all those details, but it's get your channel right. Clean your channel up. It's getting dressed also for a job interview. If someone's going around YouTube, possibly finding one of your videos, discovering your channel, and then being hey, let's hang out in the future, and they want to hit that subscribe button, how do you want to present yourself to make a good first impression, and meet people? And unfortunately, people, I think they miss this. This doesn't have to take that long. A few hours on a Saturday morning, you got a full-time job, you can spend just maybe a few hours getting kind of the branding of your channel cleaned up and dialed in. And that's what the third C is.
I love that. I am always so surprised when I hear you talk about how simple your branding can be as well. thumbnails, your cover photo, your avatar. I think sometimes it's hard to get out of your own skill set, maybe when you don't have one right off the bat. So I also love that that ties back in to clarity and doing some competitor analysis, even if you're comparing your thumbnail to somebody else's, not to degrade yourself, but just to pick out points that you might be able to apply as well. I know that that really resonates with me. We are rounding the bin. We're about halfway through the 7C framework. What is number 4?
So number 4 now is the biggest one, because if you set up a channel, that's good. But if you don't upload any content, that's still not going to get you anywhere. So the 4th C is content. And by content, we're talking videos. Now, what is interesting in 2025, this might sound overwhelming, but just so we're exhaustive, is if you go on someone's channel and they're doing all of the things, it's kind of wild. That you could get on their homepage, that's like the main part of their channel, but then there's tabs. You go over one and it's videos, long form videos on YouTube. That's one thing you could upload. Then it's shorts. Okay, those are up to 3-minute long vertical videos that people could upload as well. Then you could go over another one and it's live streams. Okay, I could live stream on YouTube if I want. Then you go over another one, and if you do a podcast like us, and that means you upload these videos, check a box, call it a video podcast, optimize it. Then there's a whole podcast tab. And there's still, we don't even need to get into it, but that would mean this audio also gets distributed to YouTube Music. This video lives on the channel. And then also, we have to separately upload the audio to Spotify and Apple and all the other places, but we use a software to do it, so it's pretty chill. Now you keep going over, and it's changes. It's called posts. I think it's going to be community, and that's like a community tab. And YouTube's investing a lot in this in 2025. It's kind of going to be more like trying to be like a Facebook wall, trying to kind of be like an Instagram feed, but be more interactive. Meaning other people can post on your wall, fans can kind of collab and engage. And it's a place where you can post photos, text, link to your videos, animated GIFs. And I think then they kind of moved, because that's already so many things. And then, where about pages. Here's the bottom line. Those are all different types of forms of content. So I would encourage a couple things. I think one, again, if you want to pick up the book, ytsecrets.com, and you could grab the book for free. We'll ship it to you if you cover shipping and handling. We'll link that in the show notes. I think, too, if you subscribe to the podcast, because content is a multi-year conversation. We could talk, for multiple episodes about shorts or long-form videos or doing video podcasts. So it's kind of choose your own adventure. And a couple tips here. Complexity is the enemy of execution. So if you are on the Think Media Podcast YouTube channel, you'll see that we have all of those. We're uploading shorts, we're uploading videos, we upload clips from the podcast, but remember that this has grown from me and my wife just having a vision to start a YouTube channel. She was running the checkbook and helping manage our day-to-day life, and I was shooting all the videos. Shooting, editing, set a light up, try to not be stressed out, make the thumbnails. I learned all the skills basically as a solo independent creator. And I learned that keeping it as simple at the start and not trying to do a bunch of social media platforms or try to be like, I'm going to start a YouTube channel. I'm going to go live every week. I'm going to do 2 podcast episodes, 10 shorts, 3 videos. Like, what are you talking? Like, again, and so fast forward to today, we are kind of at that pace, but I've been hiring people. It's crazy what Think Media has turned into. And this year will be our 10-year anniversary at the end of the year, which is kind of crazy. And I even started YouTube before that, like 10 years of the company in this iteration. That just speaks to, I think, pace yourself. And so practical advice, pick one content format, max 2. Like maybe do 2 shorts a week and 1 proper video a week. Even more than that, maybe just my 2025 recipe for YouTube success would be 1 high quality, strategic, long form video per week. There it is. If possible, I'm trying to upload a video. What does high quality mean? I don't mean like fancy lighting. I mean that you thought about it. You weren't lazy or rushed. What's the title? Good thumbnail. You thought about the content. Even if you didn't edit it, you planned it out. It's something that is valuable to the viewer. You really invested in it. And it's like, I'd rather you do like one high quality, strategic, long form video. It's not a YouTube short. What does long form mean? 8, 12 minutes. It might be 22 minutes. It might be longer, and it might be 6. There's not a magic number. That's a question people have. But if I was like really wanted to build a solid foundation, I would love to do that. Now, saying that, YouTube shorts are an easier way to get in the game. All you need is your smartphone. They could be very short, and whatever's going to get you creating content. But I think keep it simple at the start. Don't let it get too complex. Find a rhythm that you can stay consistent at, and content is that next C. And again, subscribe to the podcast and stick with us, because the art of creating great content and content that resonates and catching new trends that come with content, it's ever evolving. And YouTube, the future is bright. I think the Goldman Sachs research said the next 3 years are going to be the best 3 years in the creator economy, that it's actually the total addressable market and like the amount of money, it's going to be a $500 billion industry in the next 3 years. We're actually in a major wave right now. That's a big growth wave. It's a good thing to be a part of. But there's also, challenges, and that is the skill. There's this quote from Eric Ries that says, the only way to win is to learn faster than anybody else. So I think as we land the plane on this C, it's sort of like start making content and posting videos as soon as possible, but then commit to continuous improvement that will never stop. It's lifelong continuous improvement. And we've said it a lot, but it's like get 1% better with every upload. It's just like, just always working on my craft, getting a little bit better. Always tweaking something, get a little bit better. Can my delivery on camera be a little bit better? Can my planning process, the way I outline, the way I research be a little bit better? I have more experience, my depth of knowledge on my subject matter, my editing, even if you eventually delegate something, or maybe a spouse or partner is helping you, working together. How can we make the videos better, more interesting? And can we make the opening better? How can we make the thumbnails better? I've learned that small tweaks lead to giant peaks. Something about committing to consistent strategic content, but then also committing to improving that content as you go. So that's the 4th C. Got to post videos on YouTube if you want to have success on YouTube.
I love how this is compounding one after the other. And it really goes back to courage, the first one. As you were saying, this might seem a little overwhelming. You have to have courage, which is the 1st C. So I love hearing this framework in real time and how that has looked like for you as well. So we've gone through courage, clarity, channel, content. What's the 5th C?
Okay, so the 5th C is now community. This is the C of, as you start posting, things are going well, you start getting some subscribers, you start getting some comments. And I think the big key here is care. And what do I mean? Deeply care about your community. And try to think about ways of going the extra mile. Now, at the start, you're just hoping you get a comment. And there's something about getting that first comment ever. And hopefully, by the way, I hope you reply and engage. Like, man, someone's here and they actually said something. Who are these people? People are starting to like the video. People are starting to comment on the video. But I think it's an obsession with wanting to care for your community. In the book, my co-author, Benji Travis, was telling a story of his wife, who together now they have a big vlogging channel of a family vlog. But originally she was a beauty YouTuber. And he would tell stories that she would be up answering comments until 1, 2, 3, and 4 a.m. in the morning, answering as many comments as she could. Now, if you're just starting, you're like, I wish I had that problem. That'd be a nice problem to have. But you know what's fascinating is there's a lot of established creators or even mid-sized creators that they start to, it's not that they don't care, but they get busy. And they focus on all the tasks things, forgetting that like, this is all about people. Like, there's no way for you to have success as a content creator if there's not somebody that watches your videos. So I think having an obsession and a genuine love for the end viewer, thinking about, how can I show my appreciation? And that actually is going to start more than answering a comment. It's going to start by what you put into your videos, the effort and excellence and detail and service minded. By the way, if you're making great content, you're actually asking more what's in it for the viewer, not just what videos do I want to make. It's maybe attention, but it's like, what's really in this for the viewer? Am I obsessed with helping the viewer win, entertaining the viewer, adding massive value, giving them a great experience? The kind of content they would say thank you after. Thank you, I needed this. I've been stressed out. Thank you, that helped and solved my problem. Thank you, a lot of these other YouTube videos were full of fluff. That one was really great. Thank you for the energy and effort you put into this video. That's one way to show care. But as we go the extra mile, now we have a bunch of YouTube channels. We post a lot of content across our whole brand at Think Media. And we, every Wednesday, one of the things we do as a team is called Love Bombs. And so we have a short team meeting, and then we turn on some music, and we're still all on Zoom, but we either mute or turn the camera off, and actually together all at the same time. And for us, we are on different platforms, but our entire team, for 10 or 15 minutes, which is even a 10 a time, but we set aside time every single week. And Love Bombs just simply means go to the comments and reply to as many people as possible, connect with as many people as possible. And not just with the goal of heart-like AI responses, because there's all tools. I oftentimes will say, and if you spend all 15 minutes responding to one person and helping them, acknowledging them or overcoming their, question or something, that's a win. Maybe it's trying to do volume. How many comments can I respond to in the next 30 minutes? Or maybe it's trying to go deep. Can I give a 30-minute answer to someone who's really hurting and someone who's in pain? And I think this ties into a mindset. I think there's a great book by Ritz-Carlton, founder, one of the CEOs, that's called the gold standard, because Ritz-Carlton's known for what? Customer service. There's a great book called Unreasonable Hospitality. Disneyland is known for the experience and how people treat you there. That's kind of the mindset I think about in care, is if you view your YouTube channel as a service organization and a hospitality organization or brand, it's there's been different times when Taylor Swift early on developed a reputation for doing ridiculous things for her fans, like showing up to a wedding and playing for and people are what are you talking about? And so that kind of stuff, again, also not only is it word of mouth that could spread, and you're not doing it as a tactic, I hope, but it's also the kind of thing that people feel. And what might someday happen is you can't even get to all the comments, but if you do for one what you wish you could do for all, if you have the right spirit of genuine care and genuine interest in people, wanting their welfare and caring about them, and acknowledging too, again, you just don't make it anywhere in this career if people aren't watching the videos or liking or sharing or clicking your brand deal links eventually. So that is the community C is thinking about all that. And it's then also thinking about actual community development and how can you do that? We go into more in the book. You eventually might create a community off of the platform. People build email lists, newsletters, Discord groups, Facebook groups. How do you build a community? That's going to be more of a community of your super fans probably too. You might have subscribers who are more casual, some viewers that are more casual, but there's going to be a group of people. And YouTube also added some new features for this as well. It changed 2 communities in the app. If you're listening to this and you're new, make sure to download the YouTube Studio app. It's different than YouTube where you watch content. And the new tab is called Communities. And it'll tell you eventually, as your channel has some momentum, who's commenting on your posts. John on the Think Media podcast, it says he's commented on the last 100 videos. Bro, thank you. I see him every time. He says informative content. He actually says the same thing but I'm bro, ride or die. There's different people that show up. And what they're going to be adding is ways to acknowledge or reward or just, shout people out. I think try to do those. We try to answer questions and have the people's questions pop up on screen. We do real Q&As on our community tab and really turn the Q&As into videos. You and Mel surveyed, listen to all the data we could get and we combine them into a couple episodes. Bottom line, big idea is build a community, nurture a community, think about your community. How can you serve your community? How can you outlove your community more than anyone else? Care deeply about them, not as a tactic, but as an authentic place, but also realizing it is also the only thing that leads to longevity in this as well. It's going to be those people who roll with you you're going to get a lot of casual viewers and everyone's trying to go viral. But we all know, how many viral videos have you seen? You never followed the person. You're like, that was so funny. You didn't go deep with the person. And how many, they're like, wow, I got a video that got 20 million views. Did you build a community? Oh, wow, I had a breakout YouTube short. Do you have a community? And in a world, I know we're going deep on this, we can, hit the next one, but this actually is a major 2025 trend. I think that part of the big thing that has changed is in some cases, some creators might even feel like, man, my views are down a little bit. Or maybe like I wouldn't even say there's less viral. I think it's easier to go viral now than it once was, but maybe it's more distributed. And it's just because there's just simply more. I mean, that's the big idea, right? There's just more channels and more competition and whatnot. So the edge to success on YouTube in 2025 is community. And how well can you build that ride or die community? Because, and if you're listening to this, you can look it up later. Look up Kevin Kelly's article on 1,000 True Fans. You could Google it. And it's a famous blog post that just explains that you don't need a huge audience. You just need 1,000 true fans. It's maybe more than 1,000 subscribers, but that's your ride or die, your community to last through anything, to actually build a 6-figure income. Like if you have 1,000 like true supporters, true fans, and you can read the article for the details. So that's the point. It's like, whether you go viral or not, in a way, who cares? Like, we'll help you go viral, but whether you break out or not, whether you have this huge channel or not, you don't need any of that. Like, a lot of people listening to this are like, I would love to go full-time on YouTube. Master this community C and like really cultivate and get obsessed. The creator who understands the viewer best wins. I think the creator who loves the viewer best wins, because authentic love is not just a verb, it's a noun. Did I say that right? It's an action.
Which is a verb.
Or did I reverse that? It's not a noun, it's an action. If I reversed it, what's a noun of love mean?
Person, place, thing.
Okay. Love is a verb. It's an action, whatever. So it's like, that's funny. And so, yeah, love in action, not just in responding to comments, but the love you inject in your videos. So anyways, that's the community C.
Yeah, you are really great at authentically doing this, even behind the scenes. 2 things I think we hear from you most are do for one that you wish you could do for all. And also through all of your various courses is how are you serving your community? You are so big about that, but also behind the scenes. And when people are getting comments from the Think Media channel, I think it's really special that it's you. And you're so right. Moving into 2025, that is so critical to the YouTube landscape. We've got 2 more C's to cover. Sean, what is the 6th C?
All right. So the 6th C is cash. Now, this is the point of if you want to do YouTube full time, if you want extra streams of revenue for your business, how are you going to monetize? How are you going to make money? Now, in the book, we hit 10 different ways. And on the channel, we've covered this. So actually, what I would say is in the show notes of this episode, we will link to a couple episodes that we just recorded, brand new, on if you're a new channel, best ways to make money. So add those to watch later or check those out after you're done listening to this episode. But when it comes to cash, I think the big idea is you want to create a money plan. What do I mean? It's like a money path. And imagine like if you were going to start a business and you went to a small bank to get a small business loan, what would they ask you for? A business plan. And it's because if you're like, hey, I'm thinking about starting a business, can I have some money? They're like, so what's the plan? Like, what are you going to do? And so what's funny though, is we might go into YouTube and we just think, oh, I just want to get approved for the YouTube partner program. It's a good ambition, but there's so many other ways to go about it. And so, when we think about these 7 C's, this one kind of ties to clarity. Another question you could ask during clarity is how is the channel going to make money? And then also realizing though that sequentially, if you've set up your channel and started posting some good content that adds value to a real community, that then the money will follow and that cash kind of becomes, but it's going to be a result of planning ahead. And it could be saying, okay, if my channel is more entertainment based, then I'm hoping to get ad revenue, maybe brand deals someday when my channel is big enough. And maybe I do build up like a fan funding Patreon. That's like one path. If my channel is like a review channel, like that's really the main thing that I started doing on Think Media that broke out was like camera reviews and tech reviews and all this kind of stuff. I've been doing video for 21 years at this point. It's pretty crazy. So that was my niche that I finally locked in on. So it made a lot of sense to do affiliate marketing because there was products related to my channel. And I think anybody listening to this could benefit from affiliate marketing. But some channels that are maybe more reviews, tech, there's a lot of different channel topics that would apply to this, but it can be like huge. And that became a 6 and now 7-figure income stream for, what we do. So it's first, it's almost like figure out the menu. What are even the possibilities? And then pick the 1, 2, 3 money strategies. That becomes your plan and your path. And they don't have to all start, because I think the last thing I'd say there is the mindset around money. In a way, I would want you to have a mindset of delayed gratification. One, because you're probably not going to make money very quick anyways. So you just have to, you have no choice. 2, though, is delayed gratification is probably one of the greatest indicators of maturity. I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and probably one of the biggest evidences of their age is impatience and the inability for not having a very short delayed gratification. I would tell my son, Sean Bradley, a lot. I'll say, can you say patience? Can you say patience? We'll go get cheeseburger. He'll go, cheeseburger. I'll go, well, we're on the way. We're on the way, bro. Cheeseburger. Can you say patience? We're going right now to get the cheeseburger. Bro, you need to relax. But he's 4. But that's what, sometimes I think as adults, though, we struggle with delayed gratification. And so your ability to know that there is cash in your future, your commitment to excellence to go through the whole 7C system and keep doing it with a level of rigor, discipline, and resilience and quality and excellence out of love for your community. But I think it's just patience on twofold. Patience that it takes time to eventually get your channel monetized, but also I've heard this from many mentors, not trying to cash in on your audience too soon. And it sounds funny, your attitude should never be to, if you will, cash in on your audience, ever, if that's your only intent. But I remember talking to Lewis Howes from the School of Greatness early on, and his thing was I didn't even want to have brand deals or promotions or ads for a couple years. Don't get this wrong. I think your very first, if you're a business owner listening to this, your very first episode could be yeah, and if you want to work together, hit us up. It's not as much that, it's more maybe the feeling. People don't want to be sold to. People don't want to be wow, I could just feel right off the bat, this whole thing is just a cash grab. Right off the bat, this thing is just, so I think that's delayed gratification. And here's what it is. Under cash, make a commitment on your YouTube channel, especially in the education side. If you're going to teach people to do something, who do you serve? What problem do you solve? To commit to RIA, results in advance. That people start to watch your free content, get real results, wow, that was really good. That was really helpful. And actually get results, and get results so good that they're man, I actually would have paid for that. And I probably should have paid for that. Wow, I got to watch your free videos. And if that stuff is that good, then they also know, they're man, well, I can't imagine what's in the paid stuff. So if you're getting them results in advance, and then even the patience to realize there's another mindset, and then we can hit the final C, is there's a difference between farming and hunting. People have different styles, but nobody wants to be hunted. But farming is awesome. Farmville. Think about the spirit of farming. You know what I mean? The spirit of farming is it's plant seeds, water, nurture, hard day's work, sit on the porch after work, iced tea. And because farming is let's let this thing grow. And you have to have a level of patience with letting it grow. And if I commit to planting seeds of great videos, watering, community, love, all of that, over time, season after season. Some maybe farmers know, forgive me if this is your expertise, but it's like maybe the soil gets richer as each season, and you do things to make every crop a little bit better, and the way you fertilize or whatever. And you're farming, but that's patient. If you're hunting, what are you trying to kill me? That's just a more aggressive tactic. And I know that online or in certain business, there's like hardcore sales or hardcore closers, and it's a different attitude, it's a different spirit. I think there's just something about, you could choose your approach. You could choose if you want, maybe you're a mix of both. And again, I know you might have like the creator artist listening to this, or more like the business owner. I don't even want to say one way is right or not, but I think that under cash, when it comes to cultivating a brand, it's never going to hurt you to build massive goodwill, to build up trust, to not feel like you're in a rush, because if you can, don't be in a rush. In fact, this speaks to the place of like, I think it's fine if you want to start a YouTube channel and try to monetize it as quick as possible because you're in a desperate situation. But I think that's one of the worst energies to start a YouTube channel in. If you're in a desperate situation, go get a job. You're going to make more money driving Uber and Uber Eats than you are like today, because you could sign up today, start driving tomorrow, and get paid in a week or whatever it is, maybe like in 24 hours. So it's like, and your YouTube channel is going to take time. So I think that's the other energy people feel like, man, like, is this... And listen, I got empathy. I think that people wrongly say YouTubers sold out. Every video is a brand deal now. I actually think that that's actually kind of understood. It says like sponsored in the top corner. Like, actually, I think people realize that that's kind of the economics of the platform. But I'm just talking about the energy around it. I'm talking about the way it feels. And so don't be your anxiety if you're in a place of desperation trying to make YouTube work for you. I just think is the wrong way to start. But if you start like a farmer, this is you're a part-time YouTuber. You're going to do a side hustle. You're going to work the 7 C's. You're going to stick with it, and have a mindset that like, I might not love my job, but it's a blessing, and I'm going to find how to organize my life. To me, some of those things around cash. Maybe you're not a hunter, you're more of a farmer. Maybe you're thinking about how to get people results in advance. You're adding massive love to your community and putting out great content. What I want people to know is the cash will come. Plan for it. Don't be afraid to let people know. If you're already an author listening to this, be like, I don't want to talk about my book until the 100th video because I'm selling too soon or something. It's like, no, I mean, you could either get the book or not. Like, let people know it exists. But I do think there's something about that farmer mindset and that delayed gratification where I'm just not in a rush. I think that sets you up for maximum success.
That's a great analogy, the farmer and hunter. And I think it's really ironic too. You're talking about your 2-year-old and your 4-year-old, but as adults, there's some things that we, like you said, we still need to have that delayed gratification. Sometimes it hurts when we don't receive it right away. But I agree that it's kind of detrimental to your growth and your resiliency as well. Let's bring it home. Sean, what is the 7th C?
Yes. Okay. So the 7th C is consistency. Let's remember, I got some tips under this, and after you stay consistent, you're going to start right back at courage, right? Now I'm back going around again. How can I be courageous? How can I get clear on my next upload? How can I improve my channel, make better content, keep loving my community, find ways to monetize and improve those opportunities, and then stay consistent again. And I think consistency starts thinking about questions of longevity. Okay, there's something about having a season of sprinting at this. It might be a really good way for people to kickstart their year or kickstart their goals. It depends on how much pain you want, but people do Vlogmas around the holidays, which would be uploading every single day in December. People do 30-day YouTube challenge in January. It's February 1st. Maybe you want to do 7 days in a row or something. I remember Benji early on when I was uploading some different types of videos and random stuff, and my wife and I weren't doing great financially. Him and Judy mailed me a Canon ELPH 1880 or whatever, 180, and it was about a $200 camera, and it was like perfect for vlogging. It was like an old school point shoot. And as soon as I opened the box, I hit record, and I was like, Benji sent me a camera. We're starting a vlog. And I vlogged for like 50 days in a row.
Wow.
While I was working full-time at a church. and I was vlogging on my way to work and our weekends. And then I was editing, and my wife was kind of having fun with me, and she was. Those episodes are still out there, but it was such a grind, and I exhausted myself because I was working full time. It was also very fun, unsustainable to be like a full time 7 day a week shooting and editing your vlogs. No kids. That was one reason why it was possible, but it changed me. It helped me just develop a level of, move fast and film and practice of being on camera. And I would say I'm not a vlogger today. I'm not, right? I don't daily vlog or weekly vlog. Who knows, maybe in the future or something somewhere. But it was so powerful. So when it comes to consistency, maybe a sprint could really help you get going. We do challenges at Think Media from time to time. Yeah, like a season of focused intensity. Great. But the other side of the coin is also, how do you just create a sustainable pace around this? And I think a lot of people, they overestimate how much they can accomplish in like a year, but they underestimate how much they could accomplish in 3 to 5 years. And so you don't want to burn out. And if you're also having this delayed gratification thing, and if I'm going to trust the process, I'm going to level up my skills, I'm going to keep learning, I'm going to keep working the 7 C's. I just want a sustainable pace. And, I mentioned, I think the strategy, again, shorts are great, but in my opinion, I love long form videos. They pay more once you get monetized. They're just more lucrative across the board. They're more impactful, more transformative to viewers because shorts are cool, but it's like empty calories. It's like a little sample. But if you want the actual steak, I think it comes in long form. So if you commit to posting one high quality, strategic, long form video per week, if you miss 2 weeks, if you miss 5 weeks, who cares if you miss 10 weeks? That's still 42 uploads over the next year. And that's a lot like my journey from the early years of like 2010 to 2015 before I went full time. By the way, that's the long haul. I could have went full time a lot faster if I had the 7 C's and I had but nevertheless, it will not happen overnight. YouTube is a marathon and not a sprint. Point is, pace yourself. And so rather than having some perfect schedule and never missing a week, I think I've heard it say, shoot for the stars and you'll still hit the moon. So yeah, you're like, I'm going to be consistent all year. I think you might get sick 1 week and it's okay. You take a break. That's what I'm getting at. Like, what is the sustainable pace? How can you stay consistent? Under this is also, what are the systems, routines? I don't know, we don't have time for this stuff, but just things to consider like habits, routines, schedules, rhythms, calendar blocking, different tools. That's another thing we can link to in the description because we have at least a couple very specific episodes if you want to research that more. But those are things that are going to allow you to be consistent. Getting rid of the disorganization and the disorder in your life, getting organized. That's why it's a C that doesn't stop. You don't just hit the C and you're like, all right, cool. Every new season of life might require a new retooling of how are you going to be consistent. Are the kids at school right now? Or the schedule a little bit different? Oh, we actually have a nanny? Okay, we don't. She moved. Okay, we don't. Okay, you're a single mom. It's a little bit different. What tools? Oh, now you're in a different season because this next 2 years, kids are still kind of young. Oh, now they're actually in school all day. And you're so really thinking about the long haul, all of those things come into consistency, calendar, time management, and definitely subscribe because that's, I think, one of our favorite topics about how to do YouTube with a full-time job or how to do YouTube part-time, as well as some of those productivity tips. And, if people want to really master the 7 C's, of course, we go a lot deeper in the book, YouTube Secrets. And I'm excited because we haven't been doing this for very long, but we set up a website at ytsecrets.com. And we'll link to that in the description. And we are down to send the book free. So we set up a way that we'll just mail you the book free, but all we ask is that you pay shipping and handling. And you can also, if you like Audible or audiobooks and stuff like that, it's there on Amazon. But if you want us to hook you up with the book for free, go to ytsecrets.com. We'll link that up in the show notes. And actually, and we didn't even have time to touch on this, the 7 C's is the first half of the book. And then the second half, we talk about social media and how that can support your YouTube channel, discoverability, talking about SEO and keywords and topics and how to get collaborators and leveraging trends and tent poles, eventually building your team and how to ultimately think different and find a way to win in 2025. So totally cool. If you want to check that out, if not, no big deal. And hope that we can crush it all year with our community here on the Think Media podcast, because we're all in. 2025, we're going for it. Our mission, Logan, is to help 1 million purpose-driven people create a full-time living doing what they love while making a difference in the world with YouTube. And so that's what this podcast is all about. And let's roll.
put my papers on while I'm getting ready. I'm gonna take that with me. I am though. I got to have to do it. I have to do it some way, somehow. Some way, somehow. I'ma do it.